start, I'll do that. And who is going to admit people?
I can admit them.
We already have 33 people in, or plus people in the waiting?
Yeah, plus people in the waiting room.
Oh, I see.
So we have about 15 people in the waiting room.
Okay, this is being live streamed. Okay.
It's 4 o'clock already.
Yeah. Grace, you know what you're supposed to do, right? Grace.
Yes, ma.
All right.
Okay.
Nobody taught me, so how do I teach my child? I know I should talk to my child about this. I just don't know how. In our culture, we don't talk about these things, but I know I have to. I'm terrified of saying the wrong thing, so I've said nothing at all. But here's the truth. You're not alone, and you don't have to figure it out on your own anymore. There's a course built for exactly this moment. Raising Sexually Safe and Digitally Protected Children, the Complete Parent Course. With 8 modules and 36 lessons designed for children ages 3 to 18, this course gives you what most parents never had: clarity and confidence. Parents who've taken it are already seeing the difference.
Funmi's program has been amazing, to say the least. I mean, as a parent in today's world, we can't overemphasize the need to have very open and logical sex education with our children. And I say logical because these kids are very inquisitive, and I find them asking me a lot of questions, and you want to answer it with logic, with reasons why. So it was coming from an African background, obviously, it was challenging for me because it's typically not discussed. I've got 3 boys. The first is going to be 13 this year. I've got an 11-year-old and another 5. So the program, the structure really gave me all I needed to ensure I had a good conversation, a rich conversation with my children. And beyond that, I'm more confident to always talk about sex with them. We've grown to create this beautiful atmosphere every day. When they come back from school, I've got what I call the gist of the day. And from that gist, I find out what's happening in their life and we can discuss. So thank you. I recommend it to every parent today.
As parents of 3 boys, my wife and I have been building up the anxiety for the day of the talk. Funmi gave us a system in which the talk isn't a big event. The talk can happen along the way in pieces, and she showed us exactly what to look for so that we actually have the formation of their process and not the correction of the problem. Thank you, Funmi.
Inside this course, you'll get age-by-age scripts for every tricky conversation, from sex, porn, puberty, grooming, sextortion, digital safety, gender, identity, to healthy friendships. You're never going to get stuck wondering what to say. You'll have read-aloud videos you can watch with your child, where the teaching happens at their level, in a way they understand. Workbooks, checklists, and reference tools you can keep coming back to as your child grows. And you won't be doing it alone. There's a private community and quarterly live Q&A sessions, so you always have support from parents walking the same journey. This course was created by Funmi Alagbe, a family life coach and parent educator, and the voice behind Rise to Parents and SafeVoices Global. The silence that shaped us doesn't have to shape your children. So start today. Begin raising sexually safe and digitally protected children. Start immediately. Come back to it as your child grows. Visit bit.ly/safechildcourse to register now, or scan the code on your screen to get in today.
Hello. Hello, everyone. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the CSSA conference, the Child Safety and Sexual Awareness Conference 2026. If you're excited to be in the room, please let me see your energy in the chat. This is the day we've been waiting for. This is the day we've been preparing for. We've been planning, we've been preparing, and it is indeed the day. It's the D-Day. Thank you for those that are joining us. Wherever you are joining us from, it's such a joy to be with you in the room, whether you're joining us from the United Kingdom, from Nigeria, from Canada, from the US. It's a global audience we have in the room tonight. I am so glad to be here with you. Thank you for making time on a Saturday like this. It shows me how intentional you are, whether you're a parent, you're a caregiver, you're a mentor, you're a leader. This conversation is for every one of us. And please, 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 this is the time to let people know. This is the time to reach out to your friends, to your family, to say that this program for the Child Safety and Sexual Awareness Conference, we are live. See, people, tell me where you're joining us from. I'm looking into the chat. My name is Bumi Okeshola, and I'm excited, privileged, honored to be your host this evening. I'm really, 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 really excited because this is one conversation I am very passionate about. So tell me in the chat. I'm looking in the chat. Tell me where you're joining us from. I already know that we have a global audience tonight. So tell me your name. I'm looking out for your name. If you did not use your name, you can rename. You can put it in the chat. You can say, Bumi. I am Bumi. I'm joining from Lagos, Nigeria. It's been a rainy day at my end. It's been rainy for the better part of the day. But yes, that makes it really cool at my hand. So tell me, I'm looking into the chat. It's going to be really interactive. I hope you came ready. I hope you came with your 100 this evening, because this conversation is like that elephant in the room, usually that we do not like to talk about. But today we're going to be dissecting it. Today, we're going to be opening this conversation up. We're going to be talking about how to talk to your child about sex without shame. Some of us cannot even mention the word. Some people find it difficult to mention it just because of cultural differences, the way the community has presented it, experiences as well. So we're going to be learning all of that. And I am so excited about the speakers. So tell me in the chat. I'm looking into the chat. I know I have an engaging audience already. Okay, good, good, good. Give it to me. Yes, Aderonke Anota from London. I see you. Welcome. Thank you for joining us. Bumi. Oh, I have my namesake in the room. Bumi from Canada. Thank you for joining us. Dola from Canada. Thank you for joining us. Okay, there's a Zayomi from Nigeria. Okay, thank you for joining us. I see Oluwaferami from Nigeria. Thank you for joining us. Uche from Notsi. Ooh, thank you for joining us. Bola from the UK. So excited to have you here. Aderonke Ebere from the UK. Temitope from Abeokuta. Oh yeah, Dayo. Wow, Dayo from Edmonton, Canada. Thank you. Olubumi, thank you. I have a couple of namesake in the house. I'm excited. Abigail from Lagos, thank you for joining us. Oluwaferami Abeokuta. So we have a lot of Nigerian audience represented here, a lot of people from Canada, across the world, from Taraba. Wow, Godwin, thank you for joining us. And from South Africa, you see, I wasn't joking when I said we have a global audience. Bolanle from Canada, thank you for joining. Wow, they're rushing me, rush me, rush me, rush me. I enjoyed. Fisayo from Canada, Olumide from Canada, Ayonpeju. Wow, so many names. Please, this is the time to reach out. You know, there are some conversations that you are in the room, and at the end of it, you'll be wondering that, hey, why didn't I tell this person about it? Please, this is that kind of conversation. Reach out. You can still share the link to somebody. They can still register. They can still join us. And this is the time to do that. Folakemi from Nigeria, Uzezi from Lagos, Angela Aditolani Benga from Canada. Wow. Thank you so, so much for joining us for this conversation tonight. You would agree with me that this is one conversation that we need to know about. And I always say this wherever I go to, that we are all connected to children in one way or another. Maybe you are not even a parent now, but you are coming to listen in advance for that niece, for that nephew that you have. We all need this information. I tell you, it's not for parents alone. It's not for caregivers alone. It's for every one of us, because really that saying that says it takes a community to raise a child, to protect a child. It is all our work. It's our assignment, and we are ready for it tonight. Our speakers are ready. They are people on fire. My goodness. Like when you begin to see their bio, you understand what I'm saying. If you don't get it, if you are excited, please let the emojis be coming. Let the emojis start rolling in, because this conversation, I want to share a few statistics with us before we go in, so that you know that this conversation we're having, see, is not ordinary. We need it. A lot is happening in the world globally. So it's not just, oh, it's a Nigerian thing, it's a Canada thing, it's in the UN. No, it's a global situation, and it requires every one of us, hands on deck, everyone knowledgeable about it. It takes a lot of wisdom, it takes a lot of knowledge for us to be able to address this. Statistics says that 1 in 5 girls globally would experience sexual violence before age 18. 1 in 5. Think about it. For every 5 girls you know, for every 5 young girls, for every 7 young boy you know before the age of 18 is prone to sexual violence. And the sad thing is, we all know this, but we just want to know how to have this conversation, because this is prevention speaking, and we want to get equipped properly so that you know how to have this conversation in a way that takes out the shame. In a way that takes out the shame. So we will be cruising at a very high speed tonight. If you are with me, put it in the chat that we are ready. I am ready. You can see my energy. See, my energy is, if you don't have your journals, get it. See, I have my own here. If you don't have your water, get it. This is the time to get it, because you don't want to leave your seat at all. You want to stay glued to your seat. No distraction, please. Anything that will bring distraction, please just put it away. You need the attention. You need to ask questions. And if you already have questions, as we go through the session, we will put the link in the chat. Please ask your question. See, you know, we said without shame. So even when you are asking your question, please, without shame. And we've made it so good that you can even ask your questions without putting in your name. That's how well we want you to engage and draw from this conference tonight. So if you are ready, give it to me in the chat that we are ready. I am ready. Yeah, Joy Johnson, thank you so much. I'm ready. I need a few more before we begin to progress. Today, the first person I'll be bringing up is our own convener. I call her my person. I love her. I celebrate the amazing work she's doing. Yes, so you can see the link in the chat. If you already have questions, maybe you came with a burden in your heart. Maybe there's been a thought in your heart to say, how do I even handle it? My parents did not have the sex conversation with me. I pray I'll be able to share some of my story as we go along. But many of us, especially if you are from the African descent, you know that this is one conversation a lot of parents find it difficult. I've seen parents say, I don't even know, I really want to, but I don't know how to start. I really want to, but I feel so embarrassed. I really want to, but I don't know the right words to say. So we are handing you tools, we're handing you language, we're handing you framework. Above all, we're handing you confidence and courage to be able to have that conversation starting from today. So the one you've been procrastinating, the one you've been postponing, today is the day you begin to have that conversation. So yeah, I've seen a couple of ready in the chat. We are 97 in this room. I am looking forward to you engaging. So please, the chat is for us, it's not for somebody else. It's for you to engage. The question link, the Slido link is already there. If you click it, you don't need to get the app. Just click on the link. It takes you straight to the question. Type in your question there so that we can address your question. We are having a lot powerful speakers tonight, and I hope you are ready. Right away, without wasting time, I want to bring up our convener, the person, an amazing woman, a phenomenal woman, I'm looking out for her. Once I see a video, you are not celebrating the person who has brought us together this evening, the visionary behind the Rise to Parent organization, as well as the SafeVoices Global. Oh my goodness, this is our first major public expression of the SafeVoices Global. I'm sure you're wondering, but she's going to be telling us about SafeVoices Global. And I am definitely looking out for her. Once she's spotlighted, she's added to the spotlight. Please keep the emojis coming. She's ready for us. She's been preparing, planning, putting this together, ensuring that you get extreme value. See, this is a free conference, but trust me, you will be like, even if we paid, no amount would have given us this kind of value. Please let me know.
Funmi Alagbe is a visionary leader and passionate advocate for legacy families, committed to raising children who embody, reflect, and replicate the image of God, advancing the kingdom agenda for families. As the founder of Rise to Parent, she equips parents with practical tools and transformative insights to navigate modern parenting challenges while inspiring children to reach their fullest potential. Funmi is the convener of the Identity Summit, a global online event that equips parents to raise resilient children grounded in their identity, rise to lead in their homes and communities, and build legacy-driven families in a rapidly shifting culture. A certified parent educator by the Positive Discipline Association of North America and a certified masteries practitioner with the International Association of Coaching, Funmi is a sought-after speaker and expert in misbehavior management, technology and social media influence, sexuality and identity education, life skills development, and child safeguarding and protection. Driven by deep passion for families, she champions effective, respectful parenting strategies and nurtures strong parent-child connections. Funmi is also an alumnus of the Institute of National Transformation, where she completed an executive leadership program and a graduate of the Visionary Campus Accelerator program by the Immerse Coaching Company. She holds additional certifications in child safeguarding, family strengthening, and leadership coaching from the Taiwo Akinlami Academy. Funmi's global impact spans Nigeria, Canada, and the United Kingdom, offering her a unique cross-cultural perspective on parenting. This international experience enables her to guide parents through the complexities of raising children in diverse culture and educational environment. Her expertise is further grounded in her experience within the Canadian education system and as a school parents council member in the UK, giving her first-hand insight into the Western K-12 educational landscape. Beyond parenting, Funmi draws from her corporate background in geoscience, data analysis, and project management, with over a decade in the oil and gas industry, to develop structured, system-based approaches to parenting, ideal for busy professionals who seek balance while nurturing strong family bonds. She is also the author of 2 impactful books, including How to Talk to Your Child About Sex Without Shame. Her work empowers parents with practical, faith-informed guidance to foster open, healthy conversation with their children. As a catalyst for change, Funmi remains steadfast in her mission to help families thrive in the face of today's digital age challenges. She believes in raising a generation of children who are rooted in values, purpose-driven, and positioned.
Okay. Welcome, Lady Funmi.
Thank you so very much. Good evening, everyone. Good evening and good morning and afternoon, wherever you may be joining from. I have seen the chart. I can really confirm we have a global audience. Can see people from different parts of the world. Thank you so much for joining. Thank you for the love and the welcome. I really appreciate that. Yes, thank you, thank you. Good evening, good evening, good evening. It's going to be an amazing day today. Good evening, everyone. I'm super excited to be here, and I'm so glad you're able to join us. We have 120 people in the room already, 20 minutes into the program. That is commendable. That is commendable. Welcome and well done, everybody, for joining so early. Thank you so very much. Thank you, Bumi, for that introduction. Thank you, everybody. And I want to celebrate all the team members, people that have been working tirelessly to make this day a reality. It's a lot of work that has gone into it. So I want to celebrate them. Yes, here we are today. Like we said, this is the day that the Lord has made. We will rejoice and be glad in it. Thank you for the welcome. Thank you. I'm super excited to have you all here. Do not forget, if you're here and you remember there are people that needs to be here, you want to still invite them. There's no reason why we cannot double our numbers here. So go ahead, share this, share the link, invite people, share the Zoom link if they don't want to register anymore, because we're already here. So share it, share it. It's really this is what many people should be in the room. And we are part of the SafeVoices, as you're going to be hearing. So we should do all that we need to do within our own reach to really spread the good news. So thank you. All right, so without wasting time, I need to get started because my time starts to count. I would like to share my screen. Okay. Share. Okay. All right. Please confirm to me that you can see my screen when you're able to. Maybe Bumi, I don't know, I think people are muted, so Bumi, let me know if you can see my screen.
Okay, it's coming up.
All
Oh,
right.
yes, it's up.
Okay, good. Good, amazing. Thank you so very much. And welcome everybody again. Thank you for your time joining us today. We have something amazing packed out for you today. We have amazing speakers. You're going to be blown away by each and every one of the speakers today. And we have done this intentionally. We have made this conference free. People were asking me, why are you doing this free? And I said, the kind of message that we're passing across is needed by both the rich and the poor, because it has a lot of impact in the society. So first of all, we need to get the message out there, remove the barriers, and let people come in and hear what needs to change, the shift that needs to happen within us as a people. So that is why when we know we can't put everything for you today in this meeting, and that's why we have all the things that we have prepared for you that can really help and equip you. Now, I want to talk about the case for parents-led sexual safety education. And why am I talking about this? In 2021, while I was preparing to develop a course on this topic, how to talk to your child about sex without shame, for the very first time then, it was around COVID. And we all knew what happened during COVID. There was a lot of cases of sexual abuse, all over the world, because people were locked down at home with people, with abusers, and all sorts of things were happening across the globe. So at that time, I started to research to develop a course to help people. We had a webinar. We had over 500 people registered. We have over 350 people join. And then while doing that research, I came across a piece of work that is like a research, came across a piece of study. And in that study, I was reading it, and some of the things that they were saying there really jumped at me. It was really talking about the case for a school-led sex education, why it is important. And I'm going to be quoting some of the things that I saw there. They were saying that parents, for example, are not talking. It says, since parents are failing miserably at the task, it is time to turn the job over to the schools. meaning that the gap that existed was what the schools are trying to fill. Because parents, you are the custodian of your children. And if you are not teaching them this vital education, some other people said we cannot be looking. We have to fill in the gap. All right? And they said that parents convey certain message that anything relating to sex is harmful, is shameful, and it is sinful. And that is the message that we pass on to the kids. No sexual education, no empowerment, no ways of children being able to protect themselves. A teacher said in that article was saying that we can't ignore the growing numbers of adolescents who are already sexually active at the age of 12 and 13. A teacher was saying, right in my class, I have 3 grade 8 students pregnant, and you want me to keep my mouth shut? So it's like they're filling the gaps that existed in the society because parents are not talking. And the question I was asking myself was, actually, we're supposed to educate the parents. We're supposed to empower the parents. In the school, the principal will get a curriculum. They send the teachers to a particular training, and they come, they're able to develop the lessons and start to teach kids. So teachers get some sort of training to teach this subject. Even most of them confirm that they are not comfortable teaching it. But then the question is, who is empowering parents to do this? Who is educating parents to take the lead in educating their own children? Right now, it looks like this has been outsourced, not only to school, but to the mainstream media. Kids are learning from everywhere, and we can see the impact and the result. The statistics will show it, as I'm going to show us. Now, the question I want to throw at you is this. How many of you were taught about your bodies, about sexuality when you were growing up? We're still going to take a short poll, but right now, I'm just leaving that question in our minds, start to think about it. When you were growing up, who taught you how to keep yourself safe? Who taught you about what is safe, what is unsafe? Most of us were never taught. The world taught us, and the world is teaching our children today. And that's exactly why this conversation matters most. And that's why you're here. We want to make a case for parent-led sexual safety education. We want you to be part of the SafeVoices. It's the first time we're using that word. We're saying this work will become something that is beyond rights to parents. It has to have an identity of its own, a community of people that are choosing to go first to keep our community safe, to keep our most vulnerable people safe. Now, I'm going to show us some statistics here. 70% of young people saw pornography before age 18. That was in 2025, last year, according to Children's Commissioner in UK here. And that number jumped up from 64 2 years before. So this number keeps growing every day, increasing every day. 27% first exposure to pornography was before the age of 11. About 27% of children have seen pornography by the age of 11. Some as early as 6 years old. Some as early as 6 years old. 77% of UK children aged 9 to 17 experienced online harm in 2025. 77%. So this thing that we're talking about today is not only about physical safety in your locality, your environment, your home. That's part of it, but it's beyond that. We need to take it also to the online world. because data is telling us that more than up to half of that violence, sexual violence, happens online right now. 90% of child sexual abuse is committed by someone in the child knows. They are not strangers. These are not rare cases. These are not other people's children. This is the world your child is growing up in. This is the world they're already navigating, whether you have started the conversation or not. This is the world. And I want to say that if you are here today and you have not had this conversation with your children, you're not a bad parent. And I'm going to show you that you are not a bad parent at all. You are a parent who was never taught how to do it. Just like your parents were never taught. We were never taught. And now we have the opportunity, we are raising our own children. That is going to continue, except we change it. And that changes today, if you're here. There are some barriers that we already know. You might be familiar with them. Nobody taught me, so how do I teach my child? These are barriers. It might be familiar with you. In our culture, we don't talk about these things. Many of our cultures, it's not something that you mentioned. You don't even go there. This might be familiar. I know I should. I just don't know how to start. That might be you. Many of us were in that situation, and many people are still here. I am terrified of saying the wrong thing, so I've said nothing at all. Every single one of these is a sentence I've heard from parents across board, whether you're in Africa, you're in Europe or North America, wherever. Every single sentence here. And this can be traced back to the same roots. Nobody talked to us about this. Nobody taught us. So the silence we carry was given to us. And that's why I say you are not a bad parent. It's not about that at all. The silence we carry today was given to us. And unless we name it and we make a decision, we will hand it over to our children. We will hand it over to the next generation. That is why this conversation matters. Yet, research confirms to us that parent-led prevention is the most effective model of early intervention in this. A parent-led prevention is the most effective model of early intervention. Not the school, not the apps that we set up, not the church, not the filters that we put on our gadgets. An equipped parent. A parent that is equipped, a parent that knows what to say and knows how to say it, and they go ahead and do it. You, in this room today, in this conference today, you are the most powerful protective factor in your child's life. Not because you're perfect, not because you have all the answers, but because you are their parents. You are the most powerful protective factor in the life of your child. So the question is not whether you care or not. I believe every parent here in this room care about their children. The question now is whether you have the tools or not. And that's what we want to give to you today. That's what we want to give to you today. So now, before I go ahead, we're going to take a survey, short survey. I want you to get your phone ready. And I'm going to display the QR code. It's just 3 questions in there. Quickly take that survey. And when you're done, let me see in the chat that you're done. I want you to take your phone, scan the code, and I believe the team will also put the link in the chat. Please put the links in the chat right now. And let's take this quick survey before I continue. And I want to see in the chat, if you're done, let me know that you are done so we can know when to move forward. Please put the link in the chat for people to take this quick survey. Thank you. Is anybody already getting value from what we're talking about today? I want to see the charts. Okay, the links are there. Done. Somebody is done. Thank you, Chinelo. Thank you. Yes, Grace. Thank you. Yes, you're getting value. Tolulope, thank you. Dawn, thank you. Shubayo, Oluwatoyin, thank you. Kemi OJ, darling, welcome. Thank you. Bola, Dawn, thank you. Toluayo, thank you. Well done, everyone. Yes, keep going. Yes, Dawn. Please, let's keep it coming. Let's give some people some more time to do it. Very quick one. We're going to take another one later, but this one is very quick. Yeah. Dawn, thank you. Lady B, David, Ijura, thank you. Michelle, Folakemi, thank you. Beautiful. Damilola, yes. The link is in the chat. All right. Let's keep going. So if anybody still needs to do that, I will say use the link in the chat. The next phase of my conversation, I want to do it face to face. I'm not going to use a slide. All right, please keep going, keep doing it. Yes, we want to have as many people take that survey as possible, because the problem we don't understand, we cannot really solve. All right. Okay. I'm going to stop to share. Please use the link in the chat to take the survey. Are we still here? We are still 153. That's good enough, but we need to go and invite more people. We can please go ahead and invite more people. Share the links on your WhatsApp groups. Call a friend, tag a friend. Tell them they have to be here, because it's just getting hotter as we go. All right, thank you. So now I want to talk about how to talk to your child without shame. How to talk to your child without shame. And before we can really go ahead and start to talk to children, we need to first understand why it feels so hard for us to do it. If we take a poll and we look at the result of what we are doing right now, I'll tell you over 80% of people will confirm that it's really not that easy for them to go about talking about sexuality with their children. And we need to first understand the root cause, because if you do not understand that, you just be, chasing the immediate causes without really dealing with the problem at the roots. So let me say clearly that the difficulties that we experience talking to our children regarding sexuality is not a character flaw. It's not because we are lazy. And it's not a sign that you're a bad parent, like I've said. The problem is that the weight of the silence we inherited is huge. There's this culture of silence that we grew up with. Like we have discussed, most of us were never spoken to. Nobody taught us about sexuality, about body safety. We just don't go there. So your current discomfort is as a result of the upbringing that you have. It's not because you don't care or you don't love your children. It is not a personal failure. It is because of what we inherited, our own upbringing. So the shame that we feel right now is not something that we're born with. It was actually installed. You see how you install a software or an app on your phone? That's how shame was installed. And how was it installed? It was installed through silence. We just don't talk about it at home. It was installed through the reactions you get if you try to mention anything around sexuality when you were growing up. That shame was installed through the unspoken household rules, the big elephants in the room that we don't talk about. So maybe you grew up, you were trying to ask questions, you even summoned courage, you wanted to ask questions about sexuality, about your body. You remember the reaction you got from your parents. Maybe you grew up and the impression you had was that questions around sexuality are very disrespectful or they are too dangerous to ask, so you don't even go there. Many people went through childhood. They had experiences of abuse, but they never discussed it with anybody. It was never named. Till tomorrow, some have never opened up their mouth. So in homes, these conversations were not just something that we talk about. The subjects did not simply exist. So silence itself was the lesson that we received. And many people can attest to that. You can post in the chat if you agree with what I'm saying. Silence itself was the lesson. There was no conversation at all. A child is nearing puberty. No parent is sitting you down to tell you what to expect, the physical changes, let alone the emotional changes. So the weight of that silence is huge. And that silence taught us that these kind of conversations are not safe to have. It taught us that these kind of conversations are too risky to have, that they are uncomfortable, and our parents are not open to that kind of discussion. That's what that silence taught us. And the lesson even went so deep, it went deeper. It did not just stop with your parents, it moved with us. It followed us into our own parenting. And it's not because we chose to at all, not because of that, but because that was already installed. It wasn't, the silence was the problem. The shame that's associated with bodies, with sexuality. So that installation followed us into our own parenting. And nobody ever taught us how to uninstall that software. Nobody did. Now, I'll tell you how shame shows up in our parenting. I'll be more practical with you so that you can understand very well. How does it show up? It shows up as avoidance. You know, you should have that conversation with your child, with your 8-year-old that is becoming, that's developing. Puberty is coming. You know you should have that conversation, but you kept putting it off. You kept putting it off. You're rationalizing the delay. You're saying things like, the child is too young. They're just still too young. Or maybe the school will handle this conversation. The school will teach them. Or I'll do it later. I don't want to confuse them. We give all sorts of excuses. We keep putting off conversation. And there are different conversations that should have started to happen from age of 3, 5 to protect a child. We never open up our mouth. We were avoiding it. And you in your parenting today, you're still avoiding that. That is how the shame shows up. So, and that avoidance is not procrastination. No. It's not procrastination. It is the shame doing its job, what it was installed to do, just to keep us silent. It is that shame doing its job. So when you're avoiding doing something regarding this, having those conversations, know where it's coming from. It shows up as avoidance. Secondly, it also shows up as physical discomfort. Imagine your 5-year-old comes to you and say, Mommy, where do babies come from? Or your children were like mine when they were in grade 7, grade 6, coming back from school, questioning, what is sex? What is porn? Because that is what they are hearing in the school. That is what they are hearing from their peers. And they are coming with those questions. Shame shows up as physical discomfort. The heat in your face when those questions were being asked. the quick urge to change the subject. You can remember, you can relate to it. The short answer that you quickly provide without any thought. The short answer so that you can keep them short. You can just change the subject. And the relief when the moment passes, that the conversation has stopped, that relief, that's physical discomfort. That's how shame shows up. That's how shame shows up. And none of this is our fault. Let me say that again. None of this is our fault. But all of it is ours to change. All of it is ours to change. Because this thing cost our children a lot. We are supposed to change this particular culture of silence that has cost too many children too much for too long. It is ours to change. How does it cost your children? It means that a child that is not equipped, a child that is never taught, does not have the language for their body. They don't have the language to report, to disclose when anything goes wrong. When somebody touches them inappropriately, that child does not have the language or the confidence to disclose, to report. They don't have trust in any adult. There are no trusted adults around them that they can disclose. That's what is causing our children. Can you please mute everyone? So what is the cost to your child? It costs them language. Language and words that they would need to use to disclose. They do not have it because of the culture of silence and shame. No trusted adult for disclosure. And they've learned through the process that their parents cannot handle this kind of conversation, so they don't even bring it up. An uncle has touched that child, but the child is not able to disclose or talk about it. And that silence is passed from one generation to another generation. It is passed from one generation, from the great-grandparent to grandparent, to our parents, to us right now as parents. Several years ago, I counseled a young girl. This particular girl lived with her father. And there was a cousin that lives with him. This cousin started to abuse her right from when she was 13 years old. I wish the abuse just happened once. I wish it stopped after a month or 6 months. No, the abuse continued for the first year, second year, third year. By the time I was talking to her, she was around 16. She had been sexually abused by a cousin that lived under her roof, with the father not knowing. Each time this guy comes to her, he will come with a knife and say, if you try to tell anybody this, I'm going to kill you. You're going to die. This young girl carried this burden with her for too long. She got pregnant in the process. She terminated the pregnancy. She was losing her mind. She could not open up because there was no atmosphere for that. She carried the pain for years. She was losing her mind, and then she decided, she summoned the courage to say, I need to talk to my father about this. How can this kind of a thing be happening to a child? She's not empowered to disclose. She has no language. She has no courage. That is how the culture of silence, that is how deep it has hidden into the society. When she opened up her mouth to speak to her father, she ever regretted opening up her mouth because the father didn't even know how to handle this. He responded with hatred, with beating sometimes, as in, how did you allow this? She was not believed. It was all a mess. She was at that point suicidal. That is the pain of a girl, one out of many. Ochaya's case in Nigeria is another one. She lost her life, and many have lost their life in the process. If we really understand the weight of the culture of silence, you will decide today that you will be a safe voice. This was installed, but you have the power to change it. Because if we do not name it, if we don't interrupt this pattern, you will pass it on. And we don't need to do a lot, simply by repeating what we received, by repeating what our parents did. Children absorb avoidance, discomfort, the inability to find words for important topics. If we don't change this, our children will inherit that same thing. And this cycle will continue. This cycle is an inheritance, and we can only you can choose to change it, that you are not going to pass it on. Do you know UK data also confirms this? The UK Child Safeguarding Practice Review Panel in 2025 named cultural silence as a feature of child protection failures. That culture of silence, when we don't know what to say, and we are not opening our mouth, we are not teaching our kids, we are not talking to them, is a child safeguarding protection failure. And the cycle is not inevitable. It stops when someone named it and someone decides this ends with me. You have to decide at some point. You have to break that cycle. And that's why you're here. Perfection is not required. You just need to make the decision to go first. You need to make the decision to open your mouth and talk to your child. It's going to be awkward. I know, yes. You still go ahead and do it. You're going to stumble on your words. You will still go ahead. It's going to feel embarrassing, right? But you're going to do it anyways. Because guess what? Your child will never know that you are struggling to talk. The only thing they will see is the parent who showed up for them. And if you're here, you're waiting for the right time. When they grow up, the world is already talking to our children. They're already giving them lopsided information. They're already being misinformed. You have to make a decision one day. I had to make that decision. I'm just looking at the kind of atmosphere I built at home, that my kids can come and tell me what is happening in school, how a picture of dick is flying around, what is up. And we have free conversation around these things. It's completely opposite of my own upbringing. So it takes an equipped parent, a parent that will choose to go ahead and have this conversation regardless. Because guess what? Your awkwardness will fade away. It will fade away, but your child will never forget that you made the hard decision to have conversation and to keep them safe. It got to a point I had to say that, the discomfort that I feel is nothing compared to the safety I'm giving my children. It's nothing. My discomfort is a small price for my child's safety. And I want you to put that in the chat. Say it. Your discomfort is a small price for your child's safety. If you think of it that way, you will go ahead. Because if you really understand what is at stake, you will be that parent that goes. You will be that parent that talks. Your discomfort is a small price for your child's safety. As I begin to round up, I want to say that the awkwardness will fade away. You have to start. And you don't have to do it alone. That's why we are here, to equip you. What has worked for us can work for you. The conversation is going to start with some imperfection. That's absolutely okay. It's not about perfection at all. An imperfect conversation that you have is more valuable than the one perfect conversation that never happened. So go ahead. This is how we start a generational pattern of openness, of protection, of safety. And it starts with one person. It starts with you. You can choose to continue the generational pattern that has been handed over to us, or we can stand up and say, we want to be a safe voice for the most vulnerable children in our care. So go ahead. You know, when you equip your child, it even, protect them against predators. There was a guy that was being interviewed as a roundup. I think it's Ted Bundy, a convicted child sex offender that's sexually abused over 75 children. When they were interviewing him, they said, how do you select your target? And he said, he will check any child that is able to name their body parts, any child that is able to really use correct names, because that's one of the things that we start to teach. Use correct names for body part, for God's sake. Penis is penis, vagina is vagina. Please use correct names. If you can say face, hand, because that is where the shame starts from. So this guy was saying that any child that is able to name those parts correctly, he will leave them alone. Why? Because that tells him something, that that child is educated, that the parents are involved, the parents are aware. He runs away from such children. So now that you know this, what will you do? How will you protect your children? This is a call to you today, to be that parent that chooses to go for your child, to be a safe voice for them, to decide that this cycle of abuse, this cycle of silence, this culture of shame ends with me. And you have the right to do that. That's what we are inviting you to. That is what we are inviting you to today. And we're going to tell you a little bit more about how to equip yourself to do this job. Thank you so much for being with me for this time. Funmi, I hope I have not overshot my time. And I want to see in the chat what you're taking away, if this is valuable for you at all. What have you taken away from this conversation? What have you picked? Is this valuable? I can see people saying, yes, my discomfort is a small price for my child's safety. Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you, Kemi. This is phenomenal. Thank you. If you're yeah, I want to see very informative and factual. Awkward conversation is better than a perfect silence. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yes, David said eye-opening. Rilama said valuable. Thank you. Thank you. YMC, ignore the shame. My discomfort is important for my child's safety. Absolutely. Kemi OJ, thank you. I need to do more for my kids. I learned the hard way myself. I get it. Yeah. I wouldn't want my child. There's so much coming. I wouldn't want my kids to experience what I experienced growing up. Thank you, my dear sister. Thank you. Thank you. Olayemi said I must be more involved in speaking to my son about his body parts. Absolutely. Doka said the conversation must not be perfect, but just be intentional and have that conversation in sex. Absolutely. Timely said Adeyemo. Yeah, thank you. Ayokweju said profound silence is dangerous. Absolutely. Blessed Toyin to teach my child about their body parts with their real names. Yes, yes. But Dola said break the culture of silence. Thank you. Thank you. Keep putting those comments in there. Thank you. Juliana said ignore the shame and create the atmosphere for them to speak. Beautiful. Thank you. God bless you. So this is where I'm going to hand over to our amiable moderator. Bobby, thank you so much.
Wow, Lady Funmi. Thank you so much for that amazing, eye-opening, enlightening session. Wow. I was thinking about it because one thing you've just done for us is to give us permission that even in our imperfection, even with the discomfort that we feel, even with the knowledge that we were not taught, culture does not allow it, culture does not permit it. You have given us the permission with all of this to go ahead and have the conversation with our children. And I particularly love that statement you said, that my discomfort, please, let's put it again in the chat. My discomfort is a small price. It is a small price, because if you know what is happening, I'm sure we hear the news. I'm sure you can relate with some of these things. I can personally relate with what Lady Funmi has said today, because sometimes I think about it and I'm like, if only my mom knew better, if only my dad knew better, if only there was not that culture of silence in my home, I would not have gone through what I went through as a child. The truth is, this thing is real. People, it is real. And when we when we go under that excuse and all of those things that we say, like she said, it's not our fault. It's because we inherited that culture. But today we can begin to say no more. Enough of the silence, family. Enough of the silence, parents. Children are suffering. It's costly in a lot of ways, some that you cannot even relate to right now. I tell you, because this is something I experienced as a child, and I could not open my mouth to share with anyone until I became an adult. And research has shown it that when children go through abuse, they don't easily open up. So prevention, people, family, prevention is the way. Let's start having the conversation now. Wow, thank you so much. And that shame, please, the shame, we would do it regardless. That's one of the things she said. We do it regardless. When you have children, I always say this, having children is a lot. Getting pregnant is a lot. Giving birth to a child is a lot, but we do it regardless. Now that we have them, we will do the needful. And that narrative will end with you, and it will end with me, because you joined this conference. You will go ahead and do the needful. And this is just yet the beginning. Thank you so much, Lady Funmi, for that empowering session. The statistics, I just want us to think about it. Please sit with everything she's saying. I hope you took notes. I hope you're writing things down. I have been writing. And we can just go back and sit with it to build that conviction and that courage to go ahead and begin to talk to our children. Our children, a lot of children are actually asking for help. With the silence, they are looking out for you to be the parent that they desire, the parent that will liberate them from some of these conversations that are going on out in the world. So please, please, thank you so much for everyone engaging in the chat. Yes, thank you. Put it there and write it in your note, write it in your journal, that discomfort, so that when you feel that discomfort, when your child asks a question, you will go back and look at it and say, this discomfort I'm feeling right now is a small price compared to what my child needs, and I will go ahead and do it. Thank you so much, Lady Funmi. I celebrate you once again for this powerful, amazing session. And people, I tell you, this is just the beginning. This is the opening. Please send your emojis. Please begin to put out your emoji if you are already getting value from being in this session. Like we would always say, you can still share the Zoom link. Let people come in. The more we hear, I say, the more we hear, the better we will do as parents. And if you are looking out for your own child, your child will engage with other people when they go out. So please bring in your family, bring in everybody that needs to be here, because we are running straight into the next session. And this is one session I am also looking forward to see. Trust me, every session in this conference is power-packed. You are just starting. I can tell you that with my full chest, that this is just the beginning. We're running straight into the next session so that our speakers will have enough time to really deal with this conversation. Team, please help me put up again that link, the Slido link, just in case you have questions from Lady Funmi's session. Please, this is the time to put it into the link so that you don't forget. Just click on the link that will be displayed in the chat and just type in your questions so that you don't forget. And we are going to be having a Q&A session. We have our next speaker already in the room. Is one person I celebrate, is one person I love. I've followed him from afar, followed him closely, still following him everywhere, because He is a man of wisdom. And when you say somebody has the heart of a child, he has the heart of a child. And today is for me. I'm here again to listen. I'll give Lady Funmi the honors to welcome our second speaker, because we were blessed to also be in the same room with him. We've learned under him, and he is a man of timber and caliber in every way. The media, please help me with his bio, and I will hand over to Lady Funmi as she welcomes our next speaker, Barrister Taiwo Akinlami.
Barrister Taiwo Akinlami is Africa's renowned family attorney and a leading voice in family strengthening, child safeguarding, and protection. He is widely respected for pioneering frameworks that shape policy, reform systems, and empower families across Africa and beyond. He believes in the power of the law as a tool for social change, seeing it as the foundation of a just and functional society. As a child safeguarding and protection monitoring and evaluation expert, Akinlami has worked with global institutions including UNICEF, the British Council, the European Union-funded ROLAC project, UNFPA, USAID, and SOS Children's Villages, alongside key government agencies in Lagos State. His work has impacted over 250 organizations and reached more than 10 million caregivers, parents, children, and young people through his programs, products, and services. He is also a respected thought leader and media contributor with over 1,000 published articles, read in more than 190 countries. His advocacy journey began in 1988 when he first spoke out publicly against human rights violations, a defining moment that shaped his lifelong commitment to social impact. Akinlami is a passionate social empowerment and advancement campaigner with expertise spanning human rights, law, citizenship, and entrepreneurship, which he defines as lawpreneurship registered trademark. He has authored over 260 articles featured in leading publications such as Business Day, The Sun, and Daily Independent. His flagship initiative, Securing a Friendly and Protective Environment for Children, gained international recognition and was showcased by Facebook and Google at the 2017 EMEA Child Safety Summit, with impact extending across several African countries. Over the past 2 decades, his work has contributed to major policy advancements, including the Child Rights Act of 2003 and safeguarding frameworks in Lagos State. Through his advocacy, he has helped bring child protection, rights, and responsibilities into sharper focus across Nigeria and Africa. He is also the author of 2 influential books, The Burden and Wisdom of Parenting and Transforming Child Discipline into a Culture of Discipline, both focused on promoting a rights-based and practical approach to raising and protecting children. Beyond his professional work, Taiwo Akinlami is a devoted family man, happily married to his wife, Oluwafunmilayo, and blessed with a son, Tiriayo-Oluwa. Taiwo Akinlami continues to shape systems, influence policy, and drive meaningful change in how families and societies protect and empower children. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Barrister Taiwo Akinlami.
Oh, wow. Where are the emojis? I'm seeing them. Whoa. For me, that is powerful. It's a privilege to have the father in the house. It's a privilege to have the father in the house. Thank you so very much, sir. Thank you so very much. Bumi and I
Thank you, sir.
To be in the same class, child safeguarding and protection class with Barrister Akinlami, where he taught us passionately. It was a class that you cannot forget. In fact, it's a class that you will have to go back to over and over again. He is a very, very enterprising, inspiring man, very passionate about children. And I want to celebrate you, sir. There are a lot of things I learned from him while we were in that class. It was from him that I heard, in the best interest of a child, explain to me really practically what that means. He taught us how to really live our life, to act in the best interest of a child, not as a legal phrase, but as a daily lived obligation. And then there are some quotes that I would mention here that I picked from his class that is still with me today. He said, a life broken in pieces in childhood is not easy to piece together in adulthood, except God intervenes. Isn't that true? And he said, a child is like a face, it's the face of development. That what you do not do for him today, you may not have the opportunity to do for that child tomorrow. These words are part of the reason why this conference is hosting today. Pastor Akilami is somebody that really, very down-to-earth man that it amazes me how humble he is. He's someone that will call you, bless you, and pray for you. He has your time. See all the accolades and all the accomplishments, all he has done. Despite that, he's a very humble man, and we are so privileged to have you here. We are not just fortunate, we are honored to have you, sir. Thank you so much for your time, and thank you for, finding time to be with us at this event. People, I just want to see again in the chat, your emojis, your welcome, your chat, your clap, to really welcome the father in the house. Thank you, sir. Over to you, sir. You're muted. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for this welcome. Can you please unmute Barrister Kilami? Okay, you should fine.
Okay, thank you so much. Situations like this move me to tears.
I'm sorry.
Because two things: we are dealing with a scourge, but the scourge is as powerful as our ignorance. It's as powerful as our inaction. There are never hopeless people. There are only never hopeless people, only hopeless situation. What we deal with today is as a result of so many years of neglect, so many years of abandonment of a subject matter that is very critical. So I want to salute the courage of Mrs. Funmi Alagbe and her team for taking on this conversation, for making it a point of duty to reach out to parents, the most critical focal point when it comes to discussing this issue, for creating materials over the years. And these materials have been revised and revised again to ensure that it is in conformity with current happenings. So, Mrs. Alagbe, I want to salute you for your work. I want to salute you for your spirit, your heart. I want to salute you for your commitment to children, to families. I want to assure you that none of this effort is in vain. None of this effort is going unrecorded by history. Most importantly, none of this effort is going unrecorded by the collective destiny of the children that will be affected by this work or have been affected, beginning from your own children. I tell you, we are in the business of saving lives. And on a daily basis, we do that. We save lives. Now, the challenge a lot of times is that we do not see the lives that we save. And sometimes we feel that nothing is happening. We feel that we are just doing the work. No, lives are being changed. People are being transformed. Instructions are being received. It is the best time to be alive, to do the things that we do for our precious children. So I salute you. Mrs. Okeshola, thank you for being here today. And to all the speakers, I salute you. Thank you for the great work that you do. You see, Mrs. Alagbe has done a brilliant presentation. I joined when our presentation was on. And I tell you, ladies and gentlemen, we don't have a choice in the matter. Necessity is laid upon us. Yea, woe unto us if you don't preach the gospel of proper sexuality education. You see, because the people on the other side are not smiling. Oh, you say, is it them against us? I need to let you understand that sex or sexuality is the biggest conversation in the world. Biggest conversation in the world. From time immemorial, sex and sexuality education is a spiritual matter, is an emotional matter, is a political matter, it is a commercial matter. There are so many diverse segments to it, and so therefore there are so many diverse interests. Every interest is fighting for a space, and they are fighting forcefully. They are fighting through the media, they are fighting through the social media, through the new media, through the print media, through books, through comics. There is a battle raging. You see, the most unaware set of people are the people whose responsibility it is to protect our children, who are the parents. But you see, those who want to mess up our children, those who want to cut short their destiny, they are not sleeping. They are planning. They are working. They are meticulous. They are diligent. They are always thinking. They are always looking for a better way to reach our children. It is those of us who now have a responsibility to protect our children that consider many things. We consider a shame. Those who want to mess up our children don't consider shame. We consider how we feel. Those who want to mess up our children don't consider how they feel. We consider how will I present it. Those who want to mess up our children don't have those challenges, because sex is commercial, because sex is political. It's a political agenda. People win election on sexuality issues in America. That's how they win election. That's how the leftists win election. The left, that's how they win election. They need to tell you that there's male, female, there's Adam and Steve. And as long as they're able to tell you that Adam and Steve, if that conversation can get into mainstream, then something will happen. Then not only that, they want to establish that there's Adam and Steve. They want to tell our children that there's something called gender dysphoria. So I'm a boy, I'm feeling like a girl, so I'm supposed to do gender transition. These are fundamental questions. Now look, if you're an adult, you have the right to be who you want to be. You can say you are anything. But young children who are growing up, young children who are in the formative stage, say they feel in a particular way, instead of them to be educated, to understand why they're feeling that way, the next thing is transition. In some climes, their parents are not aware. In some climes, their parents pay for the insurance through which their children are transited. These are big, big conversations. So it's a political matter. Sex is an ideological matter. Your ideology, what you believe. Some people believe in Adam and Eve. Some people believe in Adam and Steve. These are ideological matter. It's a spiritual matter. Right? All of these things. So we are told that sex is biology. Gender is social construct. These are big, big conversations. We cannot afford to be lost in the midst of this kind of conversation. The victim of our being lost are our precious children, innocent souls. The people seeking their souls, they are committed. They are committed in Hollywood. They are committed in Bollywood. They are committed in Nollywood. They are committed in all the woods. There is a commitment. There's an agenda. We cannot exist in this world today lost, because children are in a phase of life and in a state of development. Like Mrs. Alagbe said, whatever we don't teach our children today, we will not have the opportunity to teach them tomorrow. Today is the day of salvation. And that's why programs like this are critical. That's why programs like this are important. That is why we cannot come here and go back the same way. I want to charge you. I want to challenge you. I want you to understand that those who want to mess up our children are already ahead of us. What we are doing is catch up. That is why we must make it a point of duty to ensure that we catch up and overtake. That must be the agenda. And that is why conversations being led like people like Mrs. Funmi Alagbe is very critical. We can't be content with being laid back. Non-compliance. Non-compliance. We can't be content with that. We can't be content with compliance, okay, so that we can do the much we can do. We must move to culture, where these conversations become the dominant value system in our homes, where we have this conversation freely, openly, irrespective of whose source is God, because those who are interested in making a shipwreck of the lives of our children, because there is commercial gain, there is political gain, there is ideological gain. You see, this conversation is not handled hush-hush for nothing. Now, those who want to mess things up, they give themselves liberty to have these conversations. So to ensure that we don't have the conversation, they sell the shame to us. Let me give you an example. If my wristwatch is missing, I don't get ashamed to say my wristwatch is missing. I go out there and say my wristwatch is missing. Do I have a problem with that? Do you ever see anybody who has a problem with saying this watch is missing? If my car is missing, I go out there and say my car is missing. If my laptop is missing, I go out there and say my laptop is missing. Now, I do not feel ashamed to say my laptop is missing. Nobody, when I say my laptop is missing, everybody sympathizes with me. Everybody says, how can we find it? Nobody says, oh, this is your life. But you see, when the most important thing to me is missing, the doorway to my essence, the doorway to my dignity of human person, my sexuality, when it is missing, when somebody steals it, somebody says, the shame belongs to me. In the case of my laptop, the shame belongs to the thief. In the case of my car, the shame belongs to the robber. In the case of my wristwatch, the shame belongs to the thief. In the case of my being sexually molested, they say the shame belongs to me. Don't talk about it. Some parents even say, you know what? Don't talk about it as a girl, so that you will be able to find an husband in the future. You are talking about a future without preserving the presence. Who told you the child is going to get to the future? Who told you the child will not fall by the wayside? You are preserving a future that you have not seen with a presence that you can see, because the presence is the foundation for the future. But you say, because of your husband, I will find. No, let us talk about it. So those who design this is a design. I want you to understand that it's a design. I want you to understand that it's an orchestration. Don't look at it on the face value. There are some people sitting somewhere who benefit from these things. They benefit from our children being abused. They benefit from our children not being able to speak up. They benefit from us not talking to our children. The pornography industry is huge. They need our children to watch it. There is an agenda. It's not, you see, it's not happenstance. Nothing is happening by chance. That you don't want to talk to your children about sexuality is a program. You have been programmed. Our parents were programmed. You have been programmed. Our parents were programmed by norms, by society. How were they programmed? Nollywood, Hollywood, Bollywood, Gollywood, all the woods. There's what we call subliminal effects that has been introduced into the atmosphere. You are being schooled without knowing that you are being schooled. You are being educated without knowing you are being educated. You are being socialized without knowing you are being socialized. So before you know it, you are being put in a mode. So you exist in that mode, and the greatest form of slavery that you cannot come away from is the slavery you are not aware you are in. If you are not aware that you are in slavery, how are you going to come out of slavery? If you are not aware. So there's a big issue. There's a big issue. There is a reason why we are not talking about it. When I was sexually molested as a child, at age 6, between age 6 and 7, between age 6 and 8, I was sexually molested. It was not popular to talk about it. My parents died at the age of, my father was 82 when he died. My mother was 67 when she died. In 2009, I was 39. They never heard my story, ladies and gentlemen. It was not popular to talk about it. I could not talk about it. Why? Because there's a conditioning. The society has been programmed in a way. That is why a few years ago we went into publishing of comic. We feel that entertainment is a great door. You see, a Greek proverb says, give me the music of the land. It doesn't matter who writes the laws. Give me the music of the land. It does not matter who writes the laws. Once you have access to entertainment, you have it. That is why entertainment is a massive, massive tool. Now, in America, it has been introduced. for a content, a movie content to be acceptable, it must take into cognizance people that are referred to as minorities. So minority includes so many things: disability, LGBTQ. There must be component of all of this in your movie. Disability, you must respond to them. Black, you must give them chance. LGBTQ, you must give them chance. That is why platforms are rising today. Platforms like Netflix and all of them, they have their position. Amazon, they have their own position. So other platforms are rising today. PragerU is arising. People like Jordan Peterson, they are rising up. People like Daily Wire, they are rising up. They are doing their own movies. The company that did the movie Sound of Freedom. They are rising up. Angels, they are rising up. If you are a person who is interested in hearing the other side of the story, you need to go to these platforms. The conversation is too big for us to think that things are just going to change. Things are going to change. We have a responsibility towards making it to change. Mrs. Alagbe has challenged us. What I'm trying to do is to give you a backstory, to let you know why we think the way we think, to let you know there is a force that is trying to be in control. Wow. To let you know that there's a force that is trying to be in control. To let you know that power does not shift except for superior power. To let you know that if we are going to win, if we are ever going to win for the destiny of our children, we need to stop this kid and glove. We need to arise as a people and defend the destiny of our children in the schools that they go to, in the churches that they attend, in the community which they exist, in the parties they attend. How dare us celebrate children's party and be playing for children adult content that are not meant for children, and content that has sexualized our children. What is pornography? Pornography is anything that arouses our sensibility onto lust, sexual sensibility onto lust. L-U-S-T. So pornography can be music. Pornography can be a sound. It can be written. It can be a movie. So we go to parties now. We celebrate parties for 5-year-old, 8 years old. We begin to play for them musicians who don't sing for children. We begin to play for them music that messes up their mind about their sexuality. And tomorrow we wonder what is going on. In school, we call curriculum. What do we call curriculum? What children have been taught in class. But when we have our parties, school parties, we play for children content that are not meant for children. Come on. Are we really serious? Do we really want to change stuff? So you see, don't be an Akobatubaka. Now, Akobatubaka is the man who made 200 ridges. But when he got to the farm, he made 200 ridges. When he made 200 ridges, after the end of the day, he was going home. He was not looking for his pot with which he smokes. Then he began to scatter the ridges from the first ridge that he made to the end. He only found it at the last one. So that day, it was a labor loss. We can't teach our children in one hand and be exposing them to things that are pornographic. Before, pornography used to be one pornography. It used to be what we call hardcore pornography. But today, pornography has moved from hardcore to hardcore and softcore. Softcore is the most powerful now. There's a man called Josh McDowell. He said when he was growing up, he was sexually molested. He said the conversation used to be if your children see pornography. He said the story is now different. It is when they see pornography. It's not if, when your children see pornography. Because pornography is everywhere. Pornography, you see, I went to an orphanage in Surulere, Lagos. A woman was disallowed from coming into the orphanage. She was coming to give things to those children, but she was half naked. And everything was outside. Her back was outside. And the owner of the people in the orphanage says, sorry, madam, we appreciate what you have brought, except you can drop it at the gate. You cannot go in to see our children. The way you are dressed like this, there's a dress code for coming here. You can't. That woman was showing everything in an amazingly disgraceful proportion. And he wants to go and see, and the woman is so big like this, everything, I'm not body shaming or anything, everything was showing. I was there when the owners of the operators of the orphanage said, sorry, man, you cannot come in. We are sorry. He said, you are discriminating. Say it's not discrimination, man. This is for children. And there is something with it. There's a way they see people. There's a way the people were allowed to see them. That woman was not allowed to go in to the orphanage. She dropped everything she brought at the gate. We cannot in one hand. It's bad enough that we're not having the right conversation. It's now worse that we are exposing our children. I wrote to APEN. APEN is Association of Private Educators of Nigeria. I wrote to them because I've attended schools. I've attended school parties. I've seen what they are showing to children. How can you be showing to children? I want dance with you, pere. If you pray from Komamere, anything you want, ask pere. Even if it's silver and gold, why do you play that to children? I just want to dance with you. You forget that all of those things are messing up the minds of our children. We are playing into the hands of the record labels. We are playing to the hands of Hollywood. We are playing to the hands of Nollywood. We are playing to the hands of everybody. The only place we are not playing to is our own hands. We are not playing to our own hands. Because there is no agenda. Because there is no value. And let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen, hear me and hear me well. The world is governed by agendas. Now, note, the world is governed by ideologies. Ideology is translated into agenda. And agenda is translated into a plan. So everybody has a plan. So nothing is happening by chance. What is your own agenda in this world? What is our own agenda? What do we want to achieve with our children? How do we want to help our children? So that is my conversation with you today. Sex is political. It is commercial. It is ideological. It is spiritual. It is emotional. It is commercial. In all of these things that I mentioned, there are people benefiting from the spiritual side of sexuality. There are people benefiting from the political side of sexuality. There are people benefiting from the ideological side of sexuality. There are people benefiting from the emotional side of sexuality. There are people benefiting from the entertainment side of sexuality. Which one do we represent? Because if it is political, we can bring positivity into the political side of it. If it is emotional, we can bring positivity into the emotional part of it. If it is commercial, we can bring positivity into the commercial side of it. If it is entertainment, we can bring positivity into the entertainment part of it. Nobody has monopoly to say we have taken over. No. And that is my charge to you today, ladies and gentlemen. That we will see the challenge that we are dealing with. We will invest in the product that Mrs. Alagbe and her team has created. We will make it a point of duty not only to invest, to call other people to come and invest in it. We'll become an ambassador. We'll become a voice in this space. We are not only saving our children, we are saving generations. When a child is abused, the impact of that is eternal, except there's divine intervention. Are you getting what I'm saying? And so let me conclude this way. Please note that there's no demilitarized zone in this world. I, as a person, I'm always conscious of whose agenda I'm always conscious whose agenda I'm paying for. I shouldn't pay for your agenda if I'm not in agreement with your agenda. That is foolishness. I should not bring your material to my home if I don't believe in what you represent. I should not buy your books for my children if I don't believe in what you represent. I should not register my children in your school if I don't believe in your ideology and your philosophy. I should find people who believe in my ideology. I should find people who believe in my own philosophy. I should find people who will relate. We are in consonance. Why would I bring to my home? I don't drink, I don't smoke. I don't womanize. I'm a husband of one wife for 20 years by God's grace. So when you can't come to my home now and find condom, what am I going to do with it? I don't need it now. You can't come to my fridge now and find brandy. I don't drink it. Why will I buy it? So why will I buy what I don't drink? I don't smoke. You can't find cigarettes in my house. I don't watch porn. You can't find pornography. So I don't do all of those things. But we don't believe in what a school represents. We take our children there. We don't believe in what a movie represents. We take our children to go and watch it. The challenge again is that we don't even know what we believe. We don't even know what we believe. So our children are confused as to what daddy believes, what mommy believes. They don't know. Today, mommy took them to this movie. The movie is saying one thing. They took them to another movie. The movie is saying another thing. There's no consistency. There's no coherence. There's confusion. Our children are a rainbow coalition of confusion and confused tenets. Everything they don't even know. There's a language. My family is in the US. There's a language my child has never heard in our home. He cannot hear F word in our home. It's not possible. We don't use that. He cannot see us backbiting about people in our home. We don't do that. He cannot see us in our home making jest of people living with disability. We don't do that. He cannot be in our home discussing hatred. We don't do that. He's not going to grow up with that one because it's not in our DNA. It's not in our nature. We don't do such. We are not a perfect family. We have our own issues, but we are conscious of the fact that we are raising a young one. Let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen, the way you do one thing is the way you do everything. Sexuality education is key, very important. Mrs. Alagbe is holding our hands, leading us in that direction. We must follow. We must now embed that sexuality education in and use and present our value as the foundation. You see, let me round up with this conversation. The first question my child asked me about sexuality, it was about 3 years old. When he asked me, he said, "Daddy, why am I a boy?" He just asked me. And I knew that the question my son was asking was not why he's a boy. Because, I mean, that is God. God is the one who determines whether you are a boy or a girl. Why? I figured that the question my child was interested in was, what is my identity? Who is the boy? Who is the boy? So I started with the story of humanity. And I'll conclude that way. I said, humanity, we are one. We came from one source. And we are all equal. Boys, girls, black, white. No black blood. No black blood. No white blood. In America, I have signed that if anything happens to me, my kidney, my liver, my organs, all those internal organs, they should be taken and be donated so that it won't waste. My kidney, all of those things should be quickly, they should remove it. If I have an accident, it's sure that I won't survive. They should quickly remove it and give it out. Now, I'm a black man. When they remove my kidney, they can give it to a white man. They can give it to a Nigerian, a Ghanaian, a South African. It's not going to matter. If I donate blood in the blood bank, they don't mark the color of the person who donated the blood. Blood is blood. Kidney is kidney. Once you have the same blood group, it doesn't matter your race. So I explained to my son, I said, son, also understand that you are a boy does not mean you are superior. You are different. You are different. And your difference is to the extent of what you are called to do as a person, both biologically and physiologically. I told my son, I said, son, there's no way it is written in the word that a woman is superior to a man or a man is superior to a woman. In a marriage, the Bible says, wife, submit to your own husband. You are not a leader of every woman because you are a man. You are not a leader of the team because you are a man. There's nothing to being a man than being a man. Than your makeup and all of that. That is a man now. What else? So you tell me a woman is logical. You see, these are stereotypes that is destroying us, that is messing up our children. You know, most of the things we say are the difference between men and women. They are not scriptural. They are not natural. They are function of social construct. For example, you say a woman is emotional. A man is logical. Who told you? Almost all the banks in Nigeria are being led by women. So the woman who is leading Zenith Bank, she's taking emotional decisions when Central Bank has just recapitalized Zenith Bank, has just recapitalized banks to billions of naira. So the shareholders in Zenith, with Jimovi and the rest of them and the owners, they gave their organization to be run by an emotional person just to go and run it aground. In First Bank, Mrs. Ubukwa was a chairman there, so it's emotional. All the banks in Nigeria, almost all the banks, almost all the schools in Nigeria are led by women. The biggest school franchise in Nigeria is known as Christian, is run by a woman who took the school from her mom and has skyrocketed the school today. So that's product of emotion. You need to think twice. These are stereotypes that mess up our children. A boy is playing, you watch the boy play. A guy is playing, you say, you are playing. And one day you are going to get married. Is the boy not going to get married? Where is it is the wife that should cook? They said the way to a man's heart is the husband's soup. I don't understand that. I don't know that. The way to my heart is not my wife's soup. I don't compare my wife to cook. We go to one of us at time, we come back, so it's one that you enter kitchen. The responsibility of you see, these are critical issues that I'm helping my boy to understand. You are strong, my boy, you are strong, but your strength is to protect. Your strength is to protect, not to destroy, not to mess up. Ladies and gentlemen, this is my conversation with you today. You see, finally, what do we teach? It's very, very important. We say, okay, let's teach. What are we going to teach? Because you see, we were not taught. It was bad for us. But you see, when we were not taught, and it is bad for us, now what we are being taught can also be bad for us. So if we were not taught it is bad, if we are being taught the wrong thing that is bad, it's also bad. So not being taught when we were growing up and being taught the wrong thing, we are going to end up at the same place. Our children are not still going to be protected. That is why you must subscribe to what Mrs. Alagbe is doing. That is what you must not leave this program today and say, we have benefited. No, you have not benefited. Sign up for what she has brought. Sign up for it. You see, because the conversation is bigger than this. You see, I love what she said in the beginning. It's bigger than 1 minute conversation, 1 day conversation, 2 hours conversation. She has taken time to go to the crucible of work, research, and produce the material. She has revised the material again and again and again and again. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry to say, you can't live here today without signing for that program. You cannot live here today now without buying that product. You see, honestly, whatever I've said is not likely to work for you. Because it's like you want to come and take advantage of us here. No. We are not going to be happy with that. Why are we talking to you like this? Because now, whether anyone signs up for this program today or you don't sign up, it does not change the financial status of Mrs. Alagbe. This is a woman who is sacrificing. This is not what she's eating from. Sometimes I ask, how are you doing it? So whether any of us sign up or we don't sign up, it's not what you're going to now use to pay our children's school fees. No. If we sign up, we are helping the work to grow. If we sign up, we are helping the work to improve. That's it. If we sign up, we are saving our own children. That's why. Because there's a lot of jargon out there being presented as sexuality education, and it is dangerous. For example, many people, let me go into that. Let me leave that. Thank you very much. That'll be my presentation.
Oh,
I'm done.
Wow.
What? Jeez.
Oh my goodness. Wow. Thank you so much, sir. My goodness. My heart is burning. I don't know about you, Lady Funmi, but my heart is burning.
As well.
Like,
It's amazing.
if you've been in this room and you've listened to everything Barrister Taiwo has said today, your heart should be burning, and not just burning. There should be that not just the desire, but the will to actually take action today. Thank you so much, sir, for everything you have said. You hit home so good, so well. And we just want to say thank you for honoring us with your presence and for sharing with us as always. Lady Funmi said it, whenever you speak, our heart burns again to say this is why we're doing what we are doing. And I'm just praying that every parent, everyone that has sat down to listen to you today would take the next action, would do the needful right now. Like, we can't wait. See, Barrister Taiwo said something. He says we cannot afford to be lost in this conversation. And there is a battle raging. It's a war. We are actually in a war. And what we're playing with is not playing with us. What we are playing with is not, they are guarding up themselves. They are doing everything. What are we doing? What do we believe? How is it translating into our actions, our everyday life?
See, in a state in the US,
yes, sir.
Is it California? Incest is not illegal. Incest is not illegal. In the 21st century, there's a big movement around the world now saying pedophilia The same way a man can feel for a man, a woman can feel for a woman, then you can be a man or a woman and feel for a child. Massive. What are we talking about? And we are there, hush, hush. Church is not discussing it. Mosque is not discussing it. Parents are not talking about it. School are ashamed. Those who, how can somebody come out and say, I'm a man and feel for a child? Give me flowers. Why should you, that you are saying the right thing, they've turned what is right upside down.
Yes.
When I was growing up, nobody could come out and say that pedophilia is correct.
Yeah.
These are people leading a movement. We that we are saying what is sensible. They put us in one corner.
Quiet.
So we'll be quiet. No. That's why we must support what Mrs. Alagbe is doing.
Yes.
By all means necessary. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you so very much, sir. So I know you wanted to go into that example. If we start to give you example, we're not going to live here. We're not going to live here. I moved from a country to another country, and my daughter was in school. And as always, when they say they want to teach sexuality education, I'm that parent that will ask them, I'll send an email and put a phone call through. I'm like, I want to support my child in this education. Please, can you let me know what you're going to be teaching them?
Yes, exactly.
If they don't respond, I follow through. I follow up.
Good.
And then when they don't respond to me, they give me a site with PowerPoint, with graphic design, how to have sex, with pictures, with everything, how to work on everything detailed that they're teaching children that are 14 years old.
Yes.
And we want to be quiet.
That is how, there's no parent that saw that thing that was not like, this is not possible. This is not being done. If you are not going to teach, they will teach your children.
Exactly. Something is waiting. Someone is waiting.
You don't even know the extent. And my question is, if in that class, we take all the students out, we put the parents there, would the teacher be able to teach what they are teaching? No,
they can't.
They can't.
Because they have a different mindset. So
it's an agenda.
We have the values. We should go ahead. We should go ahead and do this. And nobody was teaching parents. Nobody was equipping. That's why this kind of conversation matters. That's why you are here. Yes. So you need the tools and the strategy and everything, the language to do the work for your own children. We are not, no, this is just do it and be a safe voice because of the children in your own care.
Exactly.
If you don't even have biological children, you are in charge of some kids. Please, for your own sake, for their own sake, please let's raise a generation of safe voices, people that will go for these children and talk. We can continue to have this conversation. Are we not blessed to have a father in the house? Oh my God.
Wow. Wow.
Thank you so very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so very much. Sir.
Are you saying something, Lady Funmi?
Yes, sir. Thank you so very much. We are
Thank you so much. God bless you, sir, and God bless the work that you are doing consistently. Please, can we celebrate Barrister Taiwo? Can we celebrate him? If you know that you've received value, I have received so much. Like, as I said, my heart is burning. I'm thinking, what can I do better? And that is what you should be thinking.
Thank
what
you,
am I taking out of this?
Thank you.
But let's not just get excited and, oh, it was good. It was no. What are you going to take away from this? What are you going to do with what you have heard? Like Lady Funmi said, it might not be your child. What are you going to do about that child in your care? You might be a teacher here. You might be a caregiver. You may be a school owner. You may be a leader in a church. What will you do to protect the children within your circle? And when are you going to start? Are we saying tomorrow or you are going to start today? Please, please, please. We've received a lot. Don't go. But like Barrister, do we have questions? Questions? Any question?
Oh, Barrister Taiwo before he goes.
Any question before Barrister leaves? We have just, let me check this. If there's any particular one you can take. I'm looking into the chat. Any question? This is your opportunity. Ask that question in your heart. We have another speaker coming up, but we want to be able to see if we can have one question or from anyone within the audience. Let us know if, okay, we're seeing all the comments. How do we educate autistic children? Okay, is Barrister Taiwo still here? Somebody just asked a question in the chat to say, how do we educate an autistic child when it comes to the conversation around sex and sexuality? We've said it's a major conversation. It's a global conversation. I don't know, is Barrister still here? Can we take that? Let me check. Oh, no, sorry. Okay, so what we would do is we will note this question down. Please, team members, help me note down this question. We will take it during the Q&A session. Please, team members, note it down, and you can send it to me as a DM so that we will take this question. Please, the person that asked this question, just hold a bit. We would address this during the live Q&A session. I know we're all getting value. This is not the time to leave. This is the time to stay plugged in and also invite more people to listen to this. This is a conversation for all. Barrister Taiwo said it. He says it is the biggest conversation in the world. And if we are not having it within this sect, then we are doing something wrong. We're not helping our children. And he said the biggest victim will be our children. We can say God forbid, but if we don't take action with what we are hearing, if we don't push this message forward and we don't all become advocates of pushing the message, the right message, the correct message. And he said something, you will not get all you need just from this conference. And that is why you must take it further to say, how can I get more information? The link for the course is already in the chat. There you will get the framework, you will get the full languaging, you will get the support. This is for every one of us. Please do the needful. Please, please, for the sake of our children, for the sake of the generation that are coming behind us, let's do the needful. Thank you to everyone that has been engaging. It's been amazing. It's been amazing. Team, just please continue to look into the chat for me, for those that are dropping their question in the chat. And we are still moving right on. Wow. We're moving right on into the next session. It's getting hotter. It's getting hotter, and I hope you are ready. Please, this is a safe space where we can actually work together to address issues. This is a safe space, so there is no condemnation here. It is for us to build courage, to build confidence, to get knowledge that we need, and to get enlightened and go forth to do something. So I have the singular privilege of moving on and welcoming our next speaker for today. I know it's been a lot, and this is the kind of thing you will need to go back to sit with. His profile is going to be playing. Please pay attention, and let's dive in right away. Media, please go ahead and share his profile. Okay.
Nobody taught me, so how do I teach my child? I know I should talk to my child about this. I just don't know how. In our culture, we don't talk about these things, but I know I have to. I'm terrified of saying the wrong thing, so I've said nothing at all. But here's the truth. You're not alone, and you don't have to figure it out on your own anymore. There's a course built for exactly this moment. Raising Sexually Safe and Digitally Protected Children, the Complete Parent Course. With 8 modules and 36 lessons designed for children ages 3 to 18, this course gives you what most parents never had: clarity and confidence. Parents who've taken it are already seeing the difference.
This program has been amazing, to say the least. I mean, as a parent in today's world, we can't overemphasize the need to have very open and logical sex education with our children. And I say logical because these kids are very inquisitive, and I find them asking me a lot of questions, and you want to answer it with logic, with reasons why. So it was coming from an African background, obviously, it was challenging for me because it's typically not discussed. I've got 3 boys. The first is going to be 13 this year. I've got an 11-year-old and another 5. So the program, the structure really gave me all I needed to ensure I had a good conversation, a rich conversation with my children. And beyond that, I'm more confident to always talk about sex with them. We've grown to create this beautiful atmosphere every day. When they come back from school, I've got what I call the gist of the day. And from that gist, I find out what's happening in their lives and we can discuss. So thank you. I recommend it to every parent today.
As parents of 3 boys, my wife and I have been building up the anxiety for the day of the talk. Funmi gave us a system in which the talk isn't a big event. The talk can happen along the way in pieces, and she showed us exactly what to look for so that we actually have the formation of their process. and not the correction of the problem. Thank you, Funmi.
Inside this course, you'll get age-by-age scripts for every tricky conversation from sex, porn, puberty, grooming, sextortion, digital safety, gender, identity, to healthy friendships. You're never going to get stuck wondering what to say. You'll have read-aloud videos you can watch with your child, where the teaching happens at their level, in a way they understand. Workbooks, checklists, and reference tools you can keep coming back to as your child grows. And you won't be doing it alone. There's a private community and quarterly live Q&A sessions, so you always have support from parents walking the same journey. This course was created by Funmi Alagbe, a family life coach and parent educator, and the voice behind Rise to Parents and SafeVoices Global. The silence that shaped us doesn't have to shape your children. So start today. Begin raising sexually safe and digitally protected children. Start immediately. Come back to it as your child grows. Visit bit.ly/safechildcourse to register now, or scan the code on your screen to get in today.
Oh, thank you so much, media team. So that is the course, and please do the needful. We'll be playing our next speaker's profile right away. Please stay with us.
Victor Acuna, PhD, is a coach, author, and speaker focused on one mission: helping parents raise confident, responsible, and purpose-driven adults in a rapidly changing world. At a time when many parents feel overwhelmed, uncertain, or unsure how to prepare their children for real life, Victor provides clarity, direction, and practical tools that work. His approach goes beyond traditional parenting advice, equipping parents to build character, instill discipline, shape mindset, and guide their children with intention, not guesswork. Victor is the co-founder of Foundation for Family Affairs, a growing charity where he shares powerful insights on parenting, family life, and raising the next generation. Through their YouTube channel and social platforms, he reaches families globally with practical, real-world guidance that parents can apply immediately. Working closely with his wife, Chidi Acuna, they have become a trusted voice for parents seeking to raise children who are not only successful academically, but also prepared for life. Together, they coach families, speak at conferences, and develop resources that help parents move from confusion to confidence. They are authors of impactful parenting books, including Trendy Teens, The New Definition of Cool; Street Smart, The Young Person's Guide to Staying Safe in the Real World and Online. Their work addresses the real challenges children face today, from identity and peer pressure to safety, decision-making, and navigating both offline and digital environments. Through coaching, teaching, and content, Victor helps parents shift from reactive parenting to intentional leadership, raising children who think clearly, act responsibly, and live with purpose. His message is simple but urgent. The goal is not just to raise children, but to raise adults who are ready for the world. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Victor Acuna.
Okay, I'm looking out for the emojis in the chat. We have Dr. Victor here already, and he's taking us on the topic, raising digitally safe children. People, help me welcome our speaker, Dr. Victor Acuna. Thank you so much for joining us, sir. You're muted, sir. We cannot hear you yet, sir. Please unmute, sir. We can't hear you yet.
Somebody needs to unmute him. He cannot unmute himself.
Now I can talk, yeah.
Okay. Oh,
Thank
okay,
you. I was trying
yes.
to unmute myself, but it wasn't giving me the permission.
So sorry, sir.
That's all right. That's all right. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. And look at the legion of people here, change makers. People who are here to make a difference. Because the only reason why you'll be here is because you want to make a difference. This topic, like we've heard, is a very uncomfortable topic. But we have over 205 people here. I want you to pat yourself on the back. Yeah? All right? Pat yourself on the back that you are here to make a difference. You are here to make a difference. You know, I've listened to you two amazing people that have gone ahead of me, honestly speaking. It's been a phenomenal session so far, and I'm sure that everyone has gotten some form of value. So what have I been asked to share today? Raising digitally safe children. That's what I've been saddled to do today. All right, so I'm very happy that many people are here. And the feeling why I'm happy is that for everyone here, you have at least 10 people within your circle that you can share this message to. So because the way transformation happens, it happens within bands, because every one of us will have a social circle. So if we are looking at 200 people here or 205 people here, that means 205 times 5 times, I have about 1,000 people on my contact list on my phone, over 1,000 people. So I don't know how many, but if you multiply that, that's the kind of change that can begin to form. While I was preparing for this, I did a research to know how much is the pornography industry worth. Anybody have a guess? About 97 billion US dollars, 97 billion. 2005, that's how much that industry is worth. 97 billion. You know what that means? It's larger than the GDP of Luxembourg as a country. It's larger than the GDP of Sri Lanka. So an industry is more funded than a whole country. You know, one of the quotes in what's the name of this book? The Art of War is, you need to know yourself, you need to know your enemy. If you don't know your enemy is well funded, your enemy is equipped, your enemy is knowledgeable, your enemy is crafty, your enemy is equipped, your enemy has a powerful team of people lobbying governments across the globe. They have one of the most organized, what do you call, lobby group. They fund campaigns, they sponsor, they bribe, they give gifts under the table, both the one captured by parts and the one not captured. So your enemy is very organized, but we are also organized. You know, I want to lean towards giving you that confidence that you can do something about it. I don't want you to live here and feel overwhelmed. No. People don't take action when they're overwhelmed. You know, I started my career partially in sales. When you are selling to people and you get to that point where you give them too many options, guess what? They don't make any decision. So I don't want you to feel overwhelmed. I want you to have one thing at the back of your mind. By the time I'm leaving here, I want to enroll on the course. That's the next thing you just need to think about. Don't think about too many things, because this requires a structure for you to cause the kind of change that you need to make. All right. So the course, I think, will give you the kind of structure that will, I'm a lecturer, it's part of what I do. And I've realized I've seen students that join in from first year to final year to MSc to MBA to that structure gives them that opportunity to transform something that they can really hand in. And so transformation is measured, transformation is progressive, rather than just leaving people just, as human beings, we need structure. So raising digitally safe kids. Now we are talking about children. Majority of them are what we call digital natives. These are people who were born with an iPhone in their hands. As they were coming out of the womb, they were doing like this. My very young child, like this is how she just does the like. I was like, oh my goodness! I didn't have a mobile phone. I didn't have a mobile phone until I was probably maybe 25. But these young people have mobile phones like this, and they don't have a flip phone, the one we started with. They have a, what do you call it now, a smartphone. Okay, so now I'm going to skip this because the introduction has been done. I have a question for parents here in the house. How many of us here will leave our child? I live in the UK, so I'm using the example of the UK, leaving them in central London. I don't know where, if you live in Canada, maybe one central place that is very busy. If you live in Nigeria, maybe, I don't know, you leave them with £1,000 in their pockets. How many parents will do that? £1,000 in their pockets. But yet, many of us leave them with the most sophisticated phone. I told you I'm an educator. So I've taught, this is my 20th year in academia. I've been in classes where some of the students in a class had access to mobile phones that were more sophisticated than mine. As the new versions are coming out, they all have it. Now, The problem is not the phone. The problem is that the phone is a key that gives them access to people that we don't know about. The problem is not the mobile phone. The problem is that the mobile phone is a key, is an access. None of us will open our front house and then go upstairs and sleep. Why? You want to lock it up. You want to make sure that the windows are shut before you go to bed. But the mobile phone is an unguarded access to the world of people, all kind of creepy people behind the shelf, all kind of creepy people waiting for you to fall asleep. If we would not leave our door open, why are we leaving the mobile phone, giving them unvetted access to mobile phones or to the internet? That's exactly what is happening. You know, one of the videos I watched some time ago, and a therapist was talking to a lady who said she was sexually abused, and the man was asking her a number of questions, and something jumped out to me. He said to her, the abuse that happened to you was not the main issue. The main issue was that your family created an atmosphere that an abuse could happen without it being spotted early. See, let me tell you something about predators. Predators study families. They know families that are weak. They know families where people are busy, where children can do anything they like. Because sometimes predators are people from outside. Sometimes predators are right under our noses, which is one of the examples that I think was Sister Funmi that shared. You know, a predator can study and be like, these people are too busy. They can't notice anything. And so they don't go after every family. That really got me thinking that the abuse already happened. The situation just presented itself. So it's not, we shouldn't be reactive about this. That's what I'm trying to say. We should be proactive to say, if my child is abused today, will they come to me? Have I created an emotionally safe atmosphere that I can have the kind of conversation that will give them that opportunity? If my child comes to me to discuss, what will be my first reaction? If there's something I asked parents, I said, if your child is in danger, are you the first person they will call? If the answer is no, you have to work on your relationship with your child. Because a predator takes advantage of a poor interaction, a poor relationship with your child. That's what they take. Because sin thrives in secrecy. Abuse thrives in secrecy. You must create that emotionally safe atmosphere where your child can walk to you and say, Dad, I have something to say. And you drop everything, no drama. Because our children know, they can look at you and say, sometimes, because I talk a lot with a lot of young people, I mentor a lot of young people, mainly boys, a number of them that, I remember one boy today, he's a young man that is married, I mentored him to the point that he was the first person to go to university in his family. First person. He broke that cycle because I'm a very big believer in transformation. We have to break cycle. That's one thing I like Sister Funmi said. She said something about, she said, we have to change the family tree. That story has been happening that we don't discuss. You have to be the one that will change the family tree. You have the capacity to do that, to change the conversation. Average age of the average age of first-time smartphone, 10 years old. Now, a 10-year-old is having access to a smartphone that has access to the world. What do you think they're going to do? It's like giving your car key to your child at 10 to go and drive. None of us is going to do that. Average daily screen time, 7 hours. 7 hours times 5 or times 7. What's that? 7 times 7, that's 49 hours. That that they probably have an opportunity to chat with people that we know nothing about. Children who see pornography, an average age is 11. I believe it can be younger than this. Many children have seen pornography earlier than 11. Why? Because 11 used to be when people used to view this on magazines. Today, it's on the mobile phone. One of the ways where they view pornography, some of them are looking for free cheap games. They want to download on the App Store. They are looking for free music. They don't want to buy, they don't want to pay. They're looking for free movies. Those sites They are free for a reason. Somebody is paying for it. Anytime you don't know how a business is making money, maybe you are the business. Maybe people used to wonder, how is Facebook making money? Facebook is making money by selling data. So we are the products. Anytime you don't know how they are making money, you are the many. You are on the many. You are the one. The question isn't if your child will encounter danger online. The question is when. The approach I want us to take is not a reactionary approach. It's a proactive approach. There are conversations you need to have ahead of time. You can have a conversation with your child. What will have to happen for you to feel absolutely safe with me to share any information? Now, before you have this conversation, you have to prepare yourself. Because there is a mindset, there's an emotional state we have to be in. There are tools you need to equip yourself with before you plunge in, because young people don't give us second chance sometimes. You must get it right the first time. So if the first time they discuss something, you say, you express some form of shock, they shut down. Many of us today who are here probably have been abused, but your parents went to their grave. They never knew about it. Why? Because you just know that they cannot, maybe they will not believe you, they will not trust you, they will accuse you, they will turn it around and believe the person for different reasons. Some of these reasons may not be true, but it's just your own assumption. But your parents did not create an atmosphere where they can explore assumption. Someone said that assumption is the lowest level of knowledge because it's untested. The process of knowledge is that it becomes an assumption, you test it, you prove it, it becomes a theory, then becomes knowledge. That's right. But assumption is the first stage. You just think about something, just like an opinion. You've not proven it. You've not stress tested it. So the tension here is this. One group of parents is saying, I want to trust my child. We raise them well. The other one is saying, I want to protect my child. The world is dangerous. So there is a level of people are paranoid. You don't want the child to play outside. You don't want the child to interact. At the same time, you want to give them some freedom. How do you balance this true dichotomy to ensure that you are not stifling them to the point where they become adults who cannot cope in social environments? At the same time, you don't want to overleave them that someone does damages them, because very few people recover from that sexual abuse. That thing has very negative impact. It impacts self-esteem. It impacts, some people keep playing that, particularly the introverted child, keep playing that picture over and over and over, keep rehearsing that image. So how do you create that balance? The question is, how early do children get exposed to pornography? How early? As young, like I mentioned earlier on, 11-year-old. How many of us here have 11-year-olds? God forbid, if they have been exposed, would they have told you? Have you built that kind of relationship that your daughter can walk up to you and say, I don't like how this uncle hugged me? And you not say, and you not more like shut their voice. Many adults today cannot speak in meetings because their voice was stolen by their own parents. Anytime they ask a question, they'll tell you, shut up, what do you know? You get to that point where you doubt your own voice. You can't speak up at meetings, and everybody's saying, be assertive. They don't understand what being assertive. They only know aggressive or passive. Being assertive, they have no clue, because in their house, they were around, they were never seen. Nobody acknowledged their voice. When we want to have, some of us have moved from one house to the other. You do not ask your child, you do not take them to the property you want to buy. You do not show them around. You just told them, hey, pack up, we are moving. They just moved to a new home. No consultation. You did not ask for their opinion. You did not show them around. You did not discuss the moving with them. You did not tell them about the new school. You just uprooted them. They get used to being unseen, to being voiceless, to being a fly on the wall, even though they live there. We make decisions for them. We don't consult them. So get to that point where they don't trust your judgment. They don't trust your help. First exposure, on average, between 9 to 11 years on the internet. These are different statistics, different places, where 34%, 8 to 12-year-olds 62% didn't tell their parents. 62% didn't tell their parents that they've seen something uncomfortable. 62%. Can you imagine that? It means that, and you know, one thing about statistics is that not everybody participates in it. So the figure may be more than this. But 62% didn't tell their parents. Like I said, sometimes they want to download a free music. Sometimes we see our children come home with some tools that do not belong to them. We don't ask them questions. You don't know whether it's a predator that is sending stuff to them, to shush them, to make them feel special. We're going to talk about that later. What does it do? What does pornography do to the young person's brain? You know, there's a statistic I saw that the brain of the young person doesn't get fully developed until they are 25-year-old. It's still very fluid. It's still forming, particularly the part that makes the executive decision. Doesn't get fully developed until you are 25-year-old. So when they are being exposed to pornography over a period of time, what happens? Their thought about their physical body, particularly the ladies, gets distorted. The boys begin to see women from the point of objects. They don't have a will, they don't have an emotion of their own. They begin to objectify women. About sex, they see sex about performance, not about intimacy. About consent, that no means try harder. In other words, if you are flirting with a girl, she's telling you, I don't like this. The boy thinks that, oh no, maybe I should try harder. Maybe I should be more aggressive. About relationship, that love is physical, not emotional. About themselves, that they must look good to perform in a certain way. It's about performance. Exposure to pornography here, between the age, with higher rate of sexual aggression, unrealistic sexual expectation. Why? Because that's, the first time there's something they call the principle of first mention. The first time you saw something, the first time you heard a word, the first meaning you get of it is probably the meaning that will stick more in your head. The first exposure of sex is likely to be the one that is going to make an imprint, an impression on the young person's mind. Remember, I said that their brain is still forming. So when that image is placed on their mind, it's very difficult for it to be removed. Your young baby, that's your young son, we need to protect them. We need to be proactive about this. So what happens when, for any reason, you find out that it has happened? What kind of conversation? Remember, we have to think not just proactively. Now that it has happened, what do you do? Don't just say, how could you do that? I'm so disappointed. These are heavy words that shut doors of conversation. I can't believe you let me down like this. We are trying to transfer the feeling of failing as parents onto them. That is their fault. You are grounded for a month. These are easy fixes that doesn't fix anything. Rather, I'm happy that you told me this. In other words, have conversations that open the door for further conversations. Our children understand, sometimes people, we also work with couples, and you hear sometimes people share things with us, and we say, have you discussed it with your partner, with your spouse? They say, no, I don't think they can handle it. Children know the kind of information that we can handle. Based on how you have handled some things in the past, they can just look, my mom would die. If I tell my mom, if I tell my dad would disown me. What does that mean? There is no point having this conversation. The door is going to be shut. So they hold that information. And the truth about it is that every human being will always look for an outlet. If you block one outlet, they will look for another outlet. So sometimes, as parents, we are the one pushing them into the hands of the enemy, into the supposedly warm embrace of the enemy. Let's talk about it. Create an opportunity. The goal here is to have conversation, have that open door conversation. Have that open door conversation. Online grooming, how does it start? Because sometimes people think that this thing just happened overnight. No. These guys are sophisticated. Remember I said it's a $97 billion industry. When I was way younger, the Coca-Cola advert was playing on the TV. I'm way approaching my 50, Coca-Cola advert is still playing. So what is happening? What is happening is that they will capture us from young children and they keep running the adverts. Why? Lifelong, what do you call them? Lifelong customer brings in more money. So what do? They target younger children so that when they get them hooked on pornography, they'll be a lifelong customer. Keep visiting that site. Each time they are going to those sites, the traffic is pulling. Each time they are paying to view the traffic. So when you have one customer who paid £5 once, but you have the person over a long period of time. And the thing about pornography is that each time you get to a certain high, you need another gothic one. It's like level of games. You want to get in and in and in, and it doesn't get. The person will be looking for more high. Some people have gotten broke paying for pornography. So how does it happen? Number one, the first stage is targeting the predator finds the child on social media. How many of us have heard about Roblox? Please find out if your child is on Roblox. That is one of the platforms where it's been proven that a lot of predators, pedophiles, they pretend and disguise as young children. This is a gaming, in case you don't know, it's a gaming platform. I mean, if I heard about, I think it's Discord is called. Find out about platforms where if your child is on that platform. Have conversation with them about those platforms. These are some of the key platforms where children are being groomed. Okay, so the first thing is chat rooms, different chat rooms. Find out. Stage 2 is to befriend them, show interest, and give compliment. They will go to their social media, look at what they like. You can find out what somebody likes, whatever they keep posting. It was Les Brown that says, once you open your mouth, you tell the whole world who you are. As a child is posting, you will know a child that needs validation. And most teenage children between a certain year, that's the year where the emotions, they are looking at, do they like me? Do they like me? Does she like me? They want that validation. And so that's part of the thing that predators will capitalize on. Somebody that understands them. My mother doesn't get me. My father doesn't get me. Nobody gets me in this world. Oh, I get you. Human beings are always gravitating towards where they are loved because love is a universal need of the human nature. Stage 3, they begin to create relationship and emotional connection. You are the only special person. Oh, nobody makes me feel this way. There's just something about you that is so special. That child is hooked. What is a trap? What is the definition of a trap? A trap is something that has an alluring something, that draws somebody in, but once the person comes in, they can't go out. There is something preventing them. That's a trap. So these people set a trap for young people. They give them something shiny to draw them in. Once they are in, they are trapped. And that's how they operate. Stage 4, they begin to isolate them. I mean, I don't know how many of you here watch all this Geography Channel where you see all this animal, lion attacking some form of. What's the first thing they do? They isolate them from the herd. Lion, as strong as it is, does not run into the herd of buffaloes. You'll be crushed. So what does he do? He waits until there's one weak buffalo that is not running with the herd. The first strategy is to isolate. The enemy will first of all isolate the child, make them feel alone, make them feel special, make them feel, and then now begin to capture them. These are the different step by step. Why am I taking time to explain this? You must understand the enemy to know how to outwit it. So this doesn't happen in a day. It takes a period of time. That's why, I can't remember the name of the researcher that said you should have regular conversation with your children. 3 minutes in the morning, 3 minutes in the afternoon, 3 minutes in the evening. Don't ask boring question, what we call close-ended question. How was your day? They will tell you fine. Ask open-ended question. What is an open-ended question? Tell me about something interesting that happened today. From that conversation, you will link, because you are the adults here, you will link many other things. You will link the voice that influences him or her. You will link whether this child is weak emotionally. Some children are weak emotionally in the sense that they want strong dose of validation from outside. You now begin to know how you can create a plan to help them build self-esteem, self-image, remind them of their identity. Someone said that why do people misbehave? Number one, they forgot their identity. Number two, they don't know who they are. They're not aware of their identity. So if you have already told them who they are, sometimes they can forget it. You need to remember who you are. Remember, you need to say it until they are blue on the face. Because until identity is one of the ways that check. There are things that I cannot do today because I know who I am, because I know where I'm going, because I know that if I do these things in the future, it's going to backfire. But if I don't have an identity and an image of who I am, I can do anything. Without vision, people cast off restraint. People behave anyhow. Stage 5, sexualization. They introduce them to sexual content. What are they doing? They are knocking off all your barriers, all the things you've taught them, all those barriers and shield that you have put around them. They are desensitizing them on sexual content. They can make some funny jokes. Oh, I don't know, that's why your child may say, oh, that's a little too graphic. Oh, no, don't worry. You know, when someone is saying, someone in your environment is telling your child, oh, you don't need to call me Uncle XYZ. You know, you don't need to call me Mr. Call me by name. What are they doing? They are they are intentionally breaking down that barrier so they can have the wrong conversation with your child. Oh, you don't need to call me Mr. James. No, just call me Jamie. It's a deliberate attempt. Stage 6, control of requests. They begin to ask for images. I was in a particular video I watched a while ago, and this boy didn't know it was an adult on the other side. He thought it was a girl. He was talking to a girl of his age. And they were chatting, and these people were grooming this young boy. Groomed it to the point, asking for a video. They sent, he said they were sharing video, they were giggling, only for them to ask him for £1,000. The boy had to go and break his, this little safe collect the money that his grandparents have given him that he has been saving. They told him this is not enough. You should bring £3,000. The boy I think he's committed suicide eventually. Because they told him that we share all the sexual images to all the people in the school. Because, in one of these stages here, the familiarity stage is that they begin to fish for information that they can use to torment the child later on. Such as, where do you school, where is your school, who's your favorite teacher, who do you have a crush on? They will gather data. They are scouting for data. Why? Because they need information to be able to make the child to make a move. Anytime you see that your child is constantly going aloof, don't say that it's just hormone that is playing up. Investigate. Assumption is the lowest level of knowledge. Don't assume. Investigate. Ask questions. Ask questions. There is a reason why some parents will say they don't have, in this house, nobody closes door. Your door should be open at all time. Why? Parents want to be able to know. But now, there is a physical door which they will leave open, but there is a digital door that is constantly open anytime, any day. That one is more dangerous because only a few people can walk through your door, but the whole world can walk through their digital door. So what signs should we look out for? Sudden secretive phone. Anytime you are coming, your child is hiding her phone, is going to the restroom. Everywhere, the phone is constantly. There is something around it that you need to investigate. Spending excessive time online, especially at night. Why? A predator will look at their timetable to know when they are easily available, when parents will have gone to bed. They target them. Withdrawing from family activities, something they used to enjoy. Now they're saying, are you coming? No. I'm fine. Once, twice, you begin to notice a new set of patterns. Why? Study patterns. Don't study what they say. Study their pattern. You have some kind of conversation, you see some body language, investigate. Withdrawing from family and fun activity that they used to enjoy, that they even planned and initiated. Now they are no longer interested in it, investigate it. Having money and gifts that you did not give to them, investigate it. Mood swings, especially around device use. You're telling them, please put your device away, let's eat. There's a certain outburst. Investigate it. I'm not saying anything's happening, but investigate it. Investigate. Red flags, deleting messages. There is an app, is it Snapchat, that automatically deletes? Investigate. Anytime you have, your children are, if you've given them permission to be on social media, but they don't want to follow you, they don't want you to know, invest. If they have multiple accounts, because some of them have multiple, they have one that the parents come, children are smart. They have one that the parents know. They have other one that they have some funny names. Multiple social media accounts. Communicating with people you don't know. Investigate. Receiving message from adults outside the family. Investigate it. Unwilling to follow you or to friend you online. Investigate. I'm not saying they're doing anything, but investigate. Now, there is a certain, let's not go there like an FBI agent. No. Go there with curiosity. You don't want to accuse. Innocent until proven otherwise. That's your attitude. Give them the benefit of the doubt. But be curious. Ask questions. Like I said, make sure you are equipped emotionally, because if you are not equipped emotionally, you can blow your first chance and you may not have another chance. A child can be talking to you, but they're not talking to you. They're in a different world game. They've locked you out. Okay? Investigate. Investigate. These are some other emotional signs. You just notice some level of anxiety. This usually happens when people are asking them to bring money. Okay? Signs of grooming. They are constantly anxious. They are constantly asking you for money to buy stuff that doesn't make sense. Somebody may be putting them under pressure. Sexualized language out of nowhere, like a normal good girl is now using some kind of adult language. You're wondering what's happening here. Investigate. A normal shy boy just becomes aggressive towards ladies and begin to make some comment like, oh, she deserves it. Something mean has happened to a girl. He's saying, oh, she deserves it. That, investigate it. Values are shifting. Somebody who is probably in their ears. Trust your instincts, especially if you are a woman. Most women, natural instincts, what we call intuition. Trust your instincts. Don't explain it away based on the history of the child. He has always been a good child. No, somebody may have got to do that child. Sextort, finally struggling to say, sextortion, All right, so what parents must know. A predator tricks a child into sending sexual images. Your child normally will not send a sexual image. The reason why they do that is because they think they're talking to somebody of their age. But on the other side, it's an adult who has an intention, who is backed with a budget. And many of them are retired, many of them have time. Look at the numbers here, 800% increase, 800% increase between 2029 to in 5 years. Part of what's caused this was that when COVID-19 happened, many people moved online. So parents relax around giving digital devices more than before. Look at that number. The youngest victim, 9 years. So that's why I like what my previous speaker said, that these people don't care about your child. You are being embarrassed having conversation. They don't. Your embarrassment is a gift for them. Your embarrassment is a gift. They are happy that you are embarrassed, because the more embarrassed you are, the more you delay the conversation. And the more awkward the conversation will be, the more ill-equipped you will be. So your embarrassment is a fuel for their fire. How it happens, they befriend them. I've talked about this. I'm just going to skip this. Now, this session is not to scare you. is to help you understand how the thinking of the people we are even contending with, how they think. Now, let's begin to look at some tools. Between the ages of, I'm not a believer that a child between the ages of 5 and 6 should have a smartphone, personally speaking. But hey, have we all seen parents who their children have smartphones within this age? Yes. So we're going to cater for those who don't have smartphones and those who actually have smartphones. If you are one of the people who believe that the child should have smartphone, should have a phone, maybe you should give them a flip phone, the one that doesn't have a screen. Oh, they will laugh at them in school. Let them laugh now, but build the strength of your child. All right. Many people that I know growing up, they didn't have all the best thing that they need, but their parents are pumping so much self-esteem in them that it didn't matter what anybody brought to class. You have to do that for your child. Okay. So a lot of supervision between that age, 9 to 11, in my opinion, a lot of supervision. 12 to 14, give them some form of leeway, but put rules. Children need boundaries. If you don't give them boundaries, they will make up their own rules. They will make their own rules. Okay, so remember I said that we have to be curious. Step 1, start with curiosity, not accusation. Don't say to a child that, I know you've done something wrong. Already you've lost that child. Be curious. I notice you've been on your phone lately more often. I notice you because you get upset really easy. What's been happening? And find the right atmosphere to have the conversation, not when the whole everybody's on the dinner table. No. Step 2, listen without interrupting, because sometimes parents want to lecture. They're not there to solve the problem, they just want to lecture. Validate their feelings. I can see why that would be exciting. I can see why that would be frustrating. Sometimes when your child is expecting you to scream and you are very calm, it disarms them and they become more forthcoming. Ask permission to share your perspective. Don't just start your lecture. I have something that I would like to share. Do I have your permission? End with connection. You have to make sure that you keep that connection on. I need to speed up now. Now, another tool, in addition to what I just shared, another tool that can also help is to have some form of agreement. Have your own family rules. This may include apps, on website, on screen time limit. Decide together. Okay, this is a challenge. Can we form like an agreement? I call it family media agreement on how we are going to use device in this house. Why is this important? There's a law in leadership called the law of the buy-in. People are likely to buy into something if they co-created it with you. So have a kind of debate to say, you know what? We have a rule. Being on your mobile phone too long, these are some of the negative impact, negative this. So how do we walk around using the device in this house? How long do you think is too much? Have that conversation and guide the conversation. As a result of that, you can create clear expectations so that when it's time to enforce, there is no emotion. They're throwing tantrum, they're slamming doors. We agreed on this ahead of time. So it's not just you telling them what to do. Have this kind of a debate. Now, this approach may be different from many families who have what is called authoritarian parenting. Want to tell your child everything. They can't think for themselves. They ask you, why should I do this? You say, because I say so. This approach may look alien to you. This approach may look alien to you if you are a parent that's what is called permissive parenting. You allow the child to do everything, to walk all around you. This approach may be difficult for you if you are a negligent parent that just allow the child to be the adult in the relationship. That's not the type. That's the type of parenting called, authoritative parenting. I like to use the word assertive parent. The parent where you give your child, you let the voice of your child come into the conversation. because you are not raising a child, you are raising an adult. You want a child that will grow into an adult that will be able to challenge conversations, raise their voice, defend the weak, speak up for themselves. That is what we are raising. I'll round off by this. Can we just run through? Do we have a very good reader in the house that will just help us read this case study? Let's quickly discuss it. Who can have a quick go for us?
Funmi, do you want to read? Funmi, are you there?
Yes. Let me read. Okay. Sorry, can you zoom in a bit, please,
Okay.
so that I can see the edges? The edges are not coming up.
All right.
Yeah.
So how do I zoom in? Should I exit? Maybe I should exit.
Yes, it's just showing a
it's
part
okay
of
for me
the...
if you want me to read it.
Okay. Yeah,
I
I
could
think
see it.
it's okay. I think it's good now.
Okay.
Is it better for you? Okay, let me leave
Yes.
it. Okay.
Okay, Leo.
Sorry.
Wow.
All right.
Okay, yes. Leo is a typical 12-year-old who loves gaming and chatting with friends. His parents, Sarah and Mark, felt confident in his digital safety because they had the talk when he got his phone at age 10. However, the digital landscape moves faster than a single conversation can cover. Unbeknownst to them, Leo's exposure began at 11 through a funny meme in a group chat that linked to a hardcore site. The accidental click spiraled. Soon, Leo was viewing content that portrayed relationships as aggressive and bodies as unrealistic, distorting his understanding of consent before he even had his first crotch. The situation escalated when a friend from an online game who was actually an adult began grooming Leo. The predator used a mix of flattery and challenges, eventually coercing Leo into sending an explicit photo. This shifted instantly into sextortion, with the predator threatening to send the photo to Leo's school unless he sent more. Terrified of the harmful content talk he heard years ago, Leo became withdrawn and irritable, classic warning signs his parents mistook for puberty. When Sarah eventually discovered the messages, her initial instinct was to scream and revoke all tech. Instead, she took a breath, realizing that his safety depended on her being a safe harbor rather than a judge. How should this be handled?
Thank you very much. That was a smooth read. We'd like to hear conversations. We like to hear inputs from people in the audience. Let's make it interactive. Let's check the chats. Okay, let's hear. You can unmute yourself. Thank you so much, Bola. I appreciate that. Yeah, thank you, Ayo. Okay, let's see comments. Having a non-judgmental discussion with Leo, fantastic. Thank you so much, Genika. I appreciate that. Fantastic. Non-judgmental discussion, fantastic. Fantastic. Any other person want to share? Open-ended question and discussion, fantastic. Because you want to draw them out. You want to know how bad the situation is. You want to know how, if you begin to judge, they will filter what they want to share with you. Fantastic, I like that. Open-ended question, non-judgment, because they can see on your face when you are judgmental. When you are disgusted, they can tell. You can see your face, they can see your face. Fantastic. Any other contribution? Thank you so much, Deborah. Any other contribution? Okay, we have over 200 people here. My time is almost up. Any other input? How should this be handled? How should this be handled? Okay, any other contribution? Yeah, okay, people are typing actually. I can see it dropping in. If Sarah is a Christian, she should pray for the help of the Holy Spirit to guide the conversation. And she should be so open-minded as yeah, very open-minded. Fantastic. Thank you so much, Oladayo. I appreciate that. Chinelo said, establish your love remains fantastic. It's your opportunity to reinforce your love for them. yeah, unchained no matter what happens. Yeah. Even if you have been saying this to them, this is your opportunity to reinforce that. Because sometimes we say to them, oh, we love you regardless. We love you. Now in situations like this come, you reject them unconsciously. Because you are more interested in protecting your name, your good, perfect parenting image, rather than saving your child. Very good. Thank you so much, Nelo. That's very insightful. Even people are loving it. Report the site. I like that. I like report the site immediately. Birika, making Leo understand that he is still loved by his family. Fantastic. Thank you so much. Oh my goodness. Oh, the create an avenue for the child to have conversations. Don't be judged. I like that. You see, one key theme keeps coming back. Don't be judgmental. Don't be judgmental. All right. Resist that urge. Create more time with your child, with your children. Fantastic. Sarah should handle it with wisdom using affirmative positive word. Fantastic. Start with curiosity, not accusation. Affirm them, Dory. Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody, for really contributing. I'll take one more and then I'll go. The time is up, sir. Yeah. Okay. My time is up. Sorry, I shouldn't have read that. Thank you so much. So I'll just really talk about it. This is a material that we just, just produced. You know, it's about talking about how a young person can walk their way through the digital world. So if you're interested in this, you can just scan the QR code and we'll definitely be in touch. Thank you so much. It's been an awesome time with everyone here. God bless you all. Bye.
Wow, thank you so much, Dr. Victor. As if we should give you more time and just allow you just continue. I know you have so much.
Thank you.
So much to give, but I'm sure they will drop your link on the chat. Thank you so much, sir, for this insightful session. See all the emojis coming in to just say you have done good justice. Like you did not just show us the statistics, you also carried us on how we can have the conversation, even if it has happened. Bad as it bad, there's nothing it's not like there is nothing you can't do. You can still do a lot. There is a way to have the conversation, and you've taken us on that journey. We really want to appreciate you. We hope you are still here for the Q&A session, so please don't go away. We're going to have a Q&A session where people will be able to ask their question, just so we can run along. So please stay with us, sir. Don't go anywhere, because I'm sure people have a lot of questions to ask you, because this is one area I know a lot of parents are really struggling with when it comes to the digital world, when it comes to screen, when it comes to phone. It's a lot. So please don't go away, sir. We would welcome you powerfully again during the Q&A session. Thank you so much, sir. Just to be able to keep to time, we will be running along right into our next session. We have another session coming up, and we have the fourth speaker for tonight. People, you know that, see, this is so much value coming in tonight. I hope you are ready. We are good to go with Mrs. Notch, a powerful woman, passionate woman. When you talk about somebody who is passionate about the child, passionate about identity, passionate about raising children raising children that you can connect with. That is where we are going to next. I hope you are ready. Please, media, help me bring up bio so that we can quickly run along.
Known as Mrs. Notch, is a visionary leader in family development, education, and social impact. Founder and executive director of Thriving African Families, she believes that strong families are vital to thriving communities. A certified positive discipline parent educator, she empowers African families with trauma-free, positive parenting principles. She is the founder of the Mighty Oaks Family Discipleship, which serves as a Christian ministry gift dedicated to empowering families. Her ministry specifically serves African immigrant families in the diaspora, providing guidance towards spiritual growth and wholesome parenting practices with a mission to raise the next generation of thriving leaders. A distinguished 2023 United Way Young Leader on board, she currently serves as a board director on multiple local agencies and provincial committees spanning education, child welfare, mental health, and women's empowerment. Her advocacy consistently centers the voices of racialized, newcomer, and underrepresented families in policy development, strategic planning, and community program design. She has been recognized for her dedication to social equity and impactful community initiatives, earning awards like the MPP's Award, 2024 Civic Award, the Ontario Community Changemakers Award, and the Women's Nonprofit Network Breakthrough Award. An electrifying public speaker, storyteller, moderator, and event host, she has moderated expert panels, interviewed thought leaders, and facilitated both local and international conferences. Her signature blend of clarity, warmth, and energy allows her to connect with audiences and leave a lasting impact. Mrs. Notch is the author of How to Lead Your Child to Christ, available on Amazon and in Nigeria. Deeply rooted in her faith and devoted to her family, she is married to her teenage friend, Chiemika, and together they are raising 2 kings.
All right, people, join me as I welcome Mrs. Notch for a session on building a home where children speak up. We've been talking about the conversation, open conversation. She's going to take us on that journey, teaching us how we would achieve this. Is she not looking beautiful? Welcome, Mrs. Notch. So good to have you here with us tonight.
Hello, everyone.
Hello, ma'am.
Very lovely to be here. I hope that you can hear me okay. It's such a pleasure to be in the midst of so many parents who are passionate about ensuring that our children are safe, not just sexually, but online. And that is extremely important in this age and time. There's so many things happening, so many tools we need as parents, and you are in the right room. You are doing the right thing by being here today. And that's what is most important. Sometimes it feels like we cannot catch up with the technology, we cannot catch up with AI, we cannot catch up with so much that is happening. But this is exactly how to keep up. Ensure that you are updated with the right information, you are aware of what is happening, not that children are mentioning certain terms and you're wondering what is that. I heard Dr. Akuna talk about Roblox and all of these things. You have to know what that is in this age and time. You have to stay ahead. You have to be wiser than the children of this age. And that is our work as parents. So I want to start by commending you. Well done for coming today. Well done for the steps that you are going to take after this. Well done for your commitment to learning, understanding, equipping yourself. It is extremely important. And I want to congratulate Rise to Parents team and SafeVoices for such an excellent conference. My beautiful sister, Lady Funmi Alagbe, for your awesome work, and everybody that has come here. She has put in a lot of work, and the team, I am in awe of the work that has gone into this. And I'm grateful that you are here at such a time as this. You are truly saving families, and we thank you for your good work. We thank you for your sacrifice. We thank you for your excellence in execution. Isn't this a beautiful conference? Talk to me about your experience online. Such a wonderful virtual room. I can feel the energy already. I feed off energy, so I can feel it. I can see how well it has been going. Thank you so kindly. I'm still waiting for your comments. I want to see how it's been going for you. So use the chat box as a tool. Even as we have this session, I want you to put your highlights there. Don't be shy. Don't be conservative. Put your highlights there, put your reflections, put the things that resonate with you in the comment section, because it is part of your learning, especially in a virtual environment like this. Thank you, Olajumo. It's been very educative, inspiring, and enlightening. Well done. That's what I want to read. Insightful. Absolutely. I'm learning many things as well. And I'm going to be purchasing the course. I'm not going to say, oh, I came as a speaker. No, I'm a parent. I have 2 boys. I need that information. And I cannot be sending her messages to say, sis, send me that resource. No, I'm going to buy the course too and stay in there. I can see there's early bird for $67. I don't like to spend extra money when I can save. So I will respect myself and quickly pay because I need that resource. And it grows with my children as they're growing as well. So well done. Thank you for putting your comments in there. I will get right to it immediately. I have 35 minutes and I want to take you on a journey to understanding how to build emotionally safe homes. I believe that you can see my slides okay. Just give me a thumbs up or a nod if you can. Wonderful. We want to build emotionally safe families. And I'm grateful for the last speaker. He has introduced a lot of things that I was going to say to you. But I'll start with this. 2 stories. I love telling stories. You may forget everything I say, but you won't forget the story. Number 1, a wealthy family in the United Kingdom lost their child to suicide, their only son. He was 16 years old. After he died, the police investigated. And of course, they asked for access to the boy's room. They checked the room. They didn't find anything suspicious or anything that felt like it could have led to the suicide. Of course, the police has access to your phone. By the way, I hope you know that in the diaspora, the police has access to your phone. They can see your IP address. They can see what you are watching, what you are reading, what you are browsing. They can see all these things. I was in a session with a police officer recently, and he said, we can actually trace it. We can trace it, okay? So be mindful. You have to be safe online. It is no longer enough to say, as a parent, we just have Wi-Fi at home. I don't know what my children are watching. You are liable. You are liable. If your child gets involved in unscrupulous activities online, you will be liable. So we have to be wise. We have to be aware, and we have to be on top of things. So this boy died, unfortunately. The family is mourning, and the police came and pulled out his records and said, did you notice that he has been chatting with someone who has been blackmailing him? The person is not in the United Kingdom. He's on another continent. Of course, we cannot trace that one, but we know the country where it originated from. And this is the conversation, and they released the chat. This boy had taken pictures of his private part progressively and sent to this person at the other end of the internet. I said progressively because it didn't start in one day. It was just, oh, let me see your chest area, no shirt. Then let me see your legs, keep your pants on. Then afterwards, it was give me a peek. Let me see a little bit. So it was a little bit until it became full exposure. And now the person has pictures of his private parts. So the person sends him a message to say, I will release this to everybody in your school if you do not give me 500 pounds. I think Dr. Kuna mentioned that was the story that he was mentioning about. And when I listened to it, I said, that's what I was going to share. 500 pounds. The boy said, 500 pounds? I don't have that. The blackmailer said, I don't care. I will expose you. Your social life is over. Your reputation, everything will be over. You'll be a laughingstock in school. And he found the $500 and sent it to him through PayPal, 500 pounds, and sent it to him through PayPal. Of course, the person came back for more. And then he started to steal from his parents to be able to meet up. Then he started to sell some of his personal devices and personal items. A pair of Nike shoes today, this and that, just to raise money. He told his parents he was raising money for charity. The parents didn't bother to find out, but they were commending their son's fundraising efforts for a charitable cause. They did not know that he was paying his blackmailer. Eventually, it got to the point that the blackmailer asked for 3,000 pounds. And then the boy cried out to say, I don't have that. I can't steal that much from my parents without them knowing. I've sold so many things, whatever I can sell on eBay and all that. I don't have anything again. And the person said, I will release your pictures tomorrow morning. And the boy said, if you release my pictures, I'll just kill myself. And the person at the other end of the phone said, then go ahead and do it. What are you waiting for? And the boy did. And he died. All this was revealed to the parents by the police. They did not know. And then the father came out and made a statement to say, armed people came into my home unannounced, undetected, and took my son's life. All my money could not save him. All my security could not save him. They traveled through the World Wide Web. If I asked you by show of hands to tell me if we have internet at home or access to Wi-Fi, I'm sure almost every hand will go up today. The World Wide Web is not a friendly place. Even for adults, they still experience bullying. They are still cyberbullied. They are still attacked. They are still body shamed online daily, even celebrities. Some celebrities have taken their own lives because of social media trolls, or because of information that was leaked to the internet. How do you think a child is able to manage all those things without safety, without protection? With all the tools that you have received today and that you will even receive from this course after, because you're going to register, you are parents who are deliberate, who are wise, and who do not play with the future of their children. You need to make sure that you are well kitted as a person that is going to war in an age where digital tools are now more harmful even than physical tools in some places. Sextortion, cyberbullying, even radicalization is happening online. Children are being converted into movements. They are being persuaded to be a part of movements that are global terrorist actions, right from the internet. Some of them travel to different parts of the world for education, for holidays, and all of those things to meet with the people that they have been chatting with at the other end of the device. We can no longer say we are not aware. We can no longer say that we didn't know of Funmi Alagbe. We can't say we didn't know of Rise to Parent. We can't say we didn't hear about SafeVoices. We can't say we could not afford it, because we can. Safety is cheaper than danger, always. That's my first quote for you today. Safety is always cheaper than danger. The cost of repair is always greater than the sacrifice of learning. Always greater than the sacrifice of learning. Some things are irreparable. Some things cannot be reconciled. That family that lost their child, he's not coming back, no matter what, no matter the firewalls they put in place. The cost of danger far outweighs the sacrifice of safety. The second story I have for you is about a family that I know. The mother called me one day and said, Mrs. Notch, I would like to join your parenting class. I said, we don't have a cohort open at this time. Oh, I just discovered my son has been watching pornography for 3 years with the computer in our dining area. And I said, okay, book a session with me. She said, I need to talk to you tonight. I said, not tonight. I don't have time tonight, ma. Dear parents, safety is not something you focus on as an emergency. You prepare in advance. The best time to manufacture your weapons is not on the battlefield. Right now, or at that time, she was now on the battlefield and she needed weapons. And I said, I'm not available to deliver weapons right now. You will have to schedule your time of delivery. This is your time to gather your weapons. This is your time to gather your tools in learning, in coaching, in community. You are going to sit with that course and you will watch it and you will take notes and design an action plan for your family. You're going to purchase these resources because you will rather purchase safety than danger. This is the time to manufacture your weapons. It's not when wahala starts or katakata bursts, as they say in African language. Even the Bible says it, that we will not be stricken with sudden panic. Don't be stricken with sudden panic. Please prepare. Prepare, dear parents. I beg you, prepare. So she finds out her son has been watching pornography. And I empathize with her, I sympathize with her, but I tell her that it's not something we can solve tonight. And she needs to calm down, breathe, and give the boy a break because she has been talking his ear off. He has even shut down. He's not even talking anymore. And she's now angry. She has slapped him and she wants to tear him apart. I said, you are not a tiger, ma. Leave him alone. It has happened. There's nothing you're going to fix tonight. Can you allow him to go to bed? Look at the time you are calling me. Please, everybody should go and sleep. I will reach out to you tomorrow at 12 noon. When we investigated, we found out that there are a group of boys in their school. They also live in the same neighborhood, and they have been circulating links of gay sex to one another. They have a site, and they watch it, and they tell each other that this is the basic level. This is what we started with. That's what one of the boys told me. He said, this is what we started with before we graduated to other levels. And I saw the trail of the browser history. He didn't even clear his browser history. Some other kids were smart to clear their browser history. So we started to investigate. I hope that you understand that this story I'm telling you is African parents living abroad. They are not white too. Many of them, their parents are title holders in church. Well known in the community. I actually know them. I couldn't even tell the parents what I had discovered because it was massive. A group of boys. So I started talking to them. I started talking with my own son first, asking questions. Tell me more about this. Tell me more about that. Then the truth. So I pieced this story together. It wasn't like it was delivered at once. So this person that reported to me, her son was one of those that was recruited to watch that. And they have, what's that platform that Dr. Akuna mentioned? I forget the name now. It's a chat I'll remember later. They chat there online.
The Discord or what?
Discord, thank you. So they all chat on Discord and they share the links on Discord. Unprintable videos of gay sex. That's where they start from. And now these boys, when they go to the bathroom in school, they stay too long there. And my son will be telling me they will not come out. So others want to go in, they will not come out. Just think about it. What do you think is happening there? All manner of things. So they have to practice what they are learning. Do you see? They have to practice what they are learning. So we're still working on resolving it. Not all the parents know, but we are taking it in stages. The cost of repair is greater than the sacrifice of safety. Most children that experience harm don't speak up. It's not because they don't know it's bad. So they know it's wrong, but they don't feel safe. They know who their parents are. They know what their parents are likely to do in response. And so they keep quiet. And the thing continues to aggravate, develop, worsen, expand, and spread because the children do not feel safe. We were taught to be silent. A lot of times, children have no filter. They are talkative. They express things. Look at your 1-year-old, your 2-year-old. They will tell you everything. When you travel, they'll go to their school and tell their teacher everything. That's how the teachers know what's happening at home. My daddy has gone to Blue Mountain. My mommy went to Ottawa. My grandmother is here from Cameroon. They will tell everything. But somewhere along the line, somebody taught them to keep quiet. Somebody taught them not to question adults. Somebody told them, you'll be ashamed. The boy that committed suicide in England, it was shame. Shame. What will happen to me if people in school see that this is my penis? And the ridiculous thing about his own case was that none of the pictures showed his face with his private parts. So if the picture had even leaked itself, there's no way to identify that it's yours. But as a child, his brain is not fully developed, so he cannot think of all those things that you are thinking about to say you can block, actually call this person's bluff. You can actually go and open up to your parents to say, I'm in trouble, I've goofed, and I've gone far. Please help me. We have to build the kind of family where no matter how far they have gone into trouble, they can come back and they know that they will not die. And when your children cannot question adults, it's a problem. So when your children ask you as a parent, why? Don't say because I said so. You are teaching them not to question adults. They need to question you, and you need to have good answers for them. That is how you teach them critical thinking, and they can actually troubleshoot when there's trouble. Information doesn't protect a child. All the information that you get here today is for your learning, but it wouldn't protect them. It is the relationship you have for them that makes it safe for them to speak up. Every time your children are thinking, will they believe me? Will I get into trouble? I'm sure they will be angry. My parents will they will shout. My mom will say, hey, you have disgraced me. They're going to put their hand on their head. Their reputation, their status. Maybe my parents are even pastors. I can't say this, so I'd rather die. That boy in England preferred to die than to speak up, and his parents were there in the house. They were there in the house. So now they have to deal with a double jeopardy, the loss of their child and the realization that this could have been avoided if only he had opened up. Your children are thinking it. My children are thinking it too. Will mommy believe me? Will daddy believe me? Sometimes it is not by the people that they don't know. 8 out of 10 children are abused by people they know. That is why this question of belief comes up, because the children are like, they will not believe me that this person could have done this or introduced me to this. So they stay silent. They are afraid, and your brain is trained to protect you. That's the work of your brain, to protect you. So the moment fear comes in, your brain kicks into protection mode. The child is thinking, I'm afraid, I might not be believed, I may become ashamed, so how can I protect myself? When they start to feel like they are not safe, it's a communication problem because there's no way to let out what is happening. Almost all the children that I interview that have issues with pornography, I ask them, did you know that this is right or wrong? They said, I knew it was wrong, but I still did it anyway. So morality is not the issue. These children are aware. Religion aside, they know that this is this is ugly. This is one of the children that I was speaking to when we were investigating that. I clicked on the pornography link and he said, I don't want to watch that again. I said, why? Well, you have been watching it before. Now look at your browser history. Like 19 times I watched it. He said, mm-mm. So that irk factor was still there. That yuck factor was still there. That ew, eyama factor was still there. And I told the parent, I said, please protect that. The fact that your child is disgusted by this, there's hope. Don't kill him. A child speaks up in a home that feels safe. That is a fact. If they feel safe, they will speak up. They will. It's not, I didn't say a child speaks up in a home that is safe. Because your home could be safe. You lock your doors, you have gates, you have keys, right? Some of you have home security, you have video camera, all of those things, CCTV, everything is there. So your home is safe. No doubt about it. You're not getting robbed. But does it feel safe? Do I feel situated? Do I feel emotionally secure? That is emotional security we're talking about, not physical security or security according to police and crime. So I developed a simple model for you so that your children can speak up. The first one is safety. S is for safety. P is for presence. E is empathy. And K is for you to keep the communication open. So remember the word speak, and let's turn that into something we can easily work with. Safety, presence, empathy, authenticity, and keeping communication lines open. You need this if you want to create an emotionally safe family. Your child has to feel emotionally safe. How do they feel emotionally safe? It's by how you react. If your first reaction is blood of Jesus, Jesus Christ, you have disgraced me. Ha, me. If your first reaction is your status, you need to check yourself as a parent. If your first reaction is shame, you need to check yourself as a parent. If your first reaction is, will you keep quiet? There's a problem. If your first reaction is how can Mrs. Notch do that to you? There's a problem. Nobody should be objectified in your eyes to the extent that you elevate them above the testimony of your child. I know that that children can lie and they can make up stories, they can cook up stories, but you have to believe them first. When children are abused, when children are exploited online, a lot of times they tried to hint somebody. There was a cry for help, but they were not believed. Your reaction matters. If your reaction is sudden and explosive, that child will shut down. You have to reassure them before you correct them and say, oh, you mean that's what's happening? If you have to sit down to steady yourself, please take a seat and calm down. Don't go by your first reaction. It's probably wrong. Your first reaction will be wrong. Go and breathe. One day, my older son did something that really upset us as parents. And we had talked about it as parents. And we said, what do we do? Should we call him and talk to him now? And my husband said, I don't know. So I could see he was still processing it. And I said, you know what? I'm going to take a bath. And I went and took a shower. After taking a shower, I came downstairs. We were all watching TV together. I ate a snack as we were watching TV. We didn't bring up the matter. We didn't say anything. This was around 11 or so in the morning. We continued with the day. When we finished, it was time to have our evening devotion at 8 o'clock. We finished praying. When we finished praying, I asked my son, I said, do you have a minute? I want to have a chat with you. He said, sure. And then I started to talk about the matter. We got more out of him than if we had reacted at 11 in the morning. We were both calm and regulated. We had time to process and think through, and we actually came up with a strategy. We got everything out of him. And then we said, okay, good night, you can go to bed. The following morning, he came to meet me. First of all, Dobaled, Mommy, good morning. I said, good morning. By the time he rose up, there were tears in his eyes. I'm so sorry about what I did yesterday. I shouldn't have done that, and I feel so disappointed. I feel so ashamed. I said, don't be ashamed. You are my son. Shame is not an option. Nothing you do will ever make me ashamed. Did you make stupid choices? Yes. Were you wrong? Yes. But take shame off the table. Am I disappointed? Not really. I was disappointed yesterday, but today I'm not. He said, how come? I said, because you've just come to me. And for me, that's enough. And I hugged him. And I said, have you greeted your father? He said, yes, I greeted him, but he didn't answer me. I said, go and greet him again. And then I went on with my own whatever. The fact that you're even remorseful. Glory to God. We've won. The battle is won. I don't need to preach again. I don't need to talk again. I only talked about shame because he said, I'm so ashamed. I said, take shame out of it. No shame here. No shame here. Remorse, yes. Foolishness, no problem, but no shame. Don't ever be ashamed of doing wrong. Don't be ashamed. Fail with your full chest. I'm okay with that because it won't happen again. You will learn. Tell them, thank you for telling me. I appreciate you coming to me with this information. Give me some time to think about it. Can we talk about this tomorrow? Nobody will die. It's not an emergency. You are not 911. It's not unless it's an emergency and they say somebody's about to die, is about to drink poison or whatever. Hey, then you can start jumping and moving with speed. But anything other than that, please sleep over it. In fact, I have the habit of sleeping over things before I discuss it with my children. I will sleep over it because by the time I wake up in the morning, God will speak to me and I will know the direction. But if I react the way I'm feeling, everything will go wrong. Let them know that you are safe. Thank you for coming to me with this. Presence. P is for presence. Build that connection with them. If you don't connect with them, there's nothing you are saying. It's falling, it's not even entering, not to talk of entering here and coming out of here. Connect with them every day. I'll give you an example. You can ride with them in the car and just start talking about, this pornography matter. I heard that people are now doing things on Discord and they'll say, Mommy, how do you know Discord? They say, you think I don't know Discord? Stay there. I know Discord. Though. I even know this and this and that. How do you know that? Okay, then they'll start asking questions. Mommy, do you know this? Do you know this? Do you know that? They started telling you everything. They'll now start testing your knowledge. You say, I've not heard about that one. Tell me about it. They'll tell you. That's how, in this part of the world, that's how police works. Police will never come to you and say, we found evidence of this. No, they will ask you some leading, open-ended question. By yourself, you will vomit the answer. You will confess. You will confess before you know it. I use it with my children all the time. Just ask some leading questions. Do it in a fun way. While you are cooking in the kitchen, just ask them things. Check in. Try to spend 15 minutes with each child every day. That's how you build connection. That is how you build connection. At Thriving African Families, we run a parenting workshop, and every day we send parents daily bonding activities they can do with their children. It can just be arranging groceries together, shoveling snow, cleaning the store, taking out the garbage together. Work with them to go and throw the dustbin away. While you are there, you say, what's even happening in this neighborhood? I've not seen so and so and so. They will start telling you, he's grounded. Grounded. What did he do? They will tell you everything that happened. That's how you know. You have to be present. I know you're busy. I know you work 1 job, 2 jobs, 3 jobs. You have businesses. You are very busy, but you cannot be too busy to spend 15 minutes a day with your children. If connection is missing daily, communication will also be missing in crisis. If you're not connecting with them every day, when they see something unusual online, when somebody initiates a conversation, remember I said morality is not a problem. Something in them is nudging them that this thing is wrong, but there was no avenue to run it by you. You were too busy, so they could not check in with you. So they carried it for 1 week, 2 weeks, 1 month, 1 year, 3 years. How can somebody be watching pornography for 3 years and you did not know? And you are in the house, Mommy, there was no opportunity to connect. You did not have daily check-ins. That information should have fallen into your lap easily if you were checking in. So block out 15 minutes in your day, and I'm giving you a practical tip now. Tell yourself, I know a parent that from 8 p.m., you cannot get her between 8 to 8:30. That is the time that she connects with her children. Between 8 and 8:30, no matter who you are, you will not get her, even if you are 911. She has blocked out that time in her day to do an activity with her child. It could be reading a bedtime story. It could be arranging something together. It could be fixing a task and all those things. Block out that time in your calendar. If it's not calendarized, it doesn't get done. You make excuses and you'll miss it. E is for empathy. Replace judgment with understanding. Instead of saying, hey, why did you do that? Tell them, help me understand what happened. These are simple questions that do not even trigger or aggravate you. Help me understand what happened. Help me understand. In case of judgment, you say, help me. Don't say, I don't understand. I don't understand is even help me understand. I don't understand. You're already getting angry. Your volume is rising. Just say, help me understand, or say, I see. Tell me more. My favorite is tell me more. Once I say, I see, tell me more. Is that how you feel? Yes. Tell me more. I can understand that. That is the language of empathy. I can understand that. Tell me what happened. Help me understand this some more. Don't shame them. How can you watch it? It's disgusting. Oh, come on. They already know that. No shame, no guilt. You mean you did that? I'm disappointed in you. No, don't say that. Don't say that. They're killing their spirit and they're shutting down. Then they withdraw into shame. The prodigal son, he was not ashamed to go back home. That is my ultimate example for you when it comes to connection. He messed up, he blew it. That was a bad situation. If we study that as a case study, repair shouldn't have happened. But he was not ashamed to go home. And he said, I know my father. Your children should be able to say, I know my mother. Even though I stole that money in school, I know I can go home. I will not get away with it. I know that there will be consequences, but at least I can go home. That's emotional safety. No guilt, no punishment. No punishment. I'm not saying get away with it. They will never get away with it now. Come on, you have to address it, right? But discipline is not punishment. Discipline is teaching, is training. No punishment. When you punish the child for being honest about something that happens sexually or online, they will never come back until they're adults. Even as adults, some people were abused when they were children and their parents still don't know. Some parents have even died and they never heard the story. 30 years after, the person has now healed and is opening up. Then the whole world will say, where have you been since? She has been healing. He has been processing. Don't ask that kind of question. No punishment. There'll be consequences, but make sure it's not immediate. Because when you issue immediate consequences, your child sees it as punishment. When you are high in judgment, your children will be low in honesty. When you are high in judgment, they'll start lying. That's why children lie. They like to protect themselves. Remember, I told you, their brain works to protect. Even yours, your brain works to protect. You will lie to get yourself out of a sticky situation. People lie in court, even under oath. If your judgment is high, honesty falls. So don't judge so that they can be fully honest with you. That's why when my son came and said, I'm so sorry, I'm ashamed of my behavior, I said, I'm not ashamed of you. I will never be ashamed of you, no matter what you do. However, he also knows, and we've told him, if you commit a crime, we will hand you over to the police. We'll come and visit you in prison. The first day we said that, he said, I don't want a criminal record. I said, that's on you. It's your name. I have my own name. It's your name. If you commit a crime, there's no cover up in this family. You will follow the law and go away. He said, no, I'd rather not. I said, let me translate. What that means is it's up to you. It's up to you. A is for authenticity. You have to model what you want to see. You see this thing about emotional regulation as parents, you have to become an expert at it. If you have to smile, you see that your smile, you will fake it, so that your child can receive that safety. And then you go and think about it and you come back and say, I've thought about it. This is what we have decided. That's different from judgment. That's different from punishment. You are modeling what you want them to do. So they also have time you are teaching them that this is how you process problems as you grow up. If you are wrong, apologize. If you yelled at them yesterday, apologize. Say, I'm sorry, I screamed when you said it. There are some things that in the past, when my son says, I say, hey, and I say, sorry, you say, mommy. But I don't do that anymore. And I'll say, oh, sorry, continue. Say, I don't think I should continue because you're already alarmed. I say, no, that was just a reflex action. I apologize. Tell me more. And then he will continue. Even for my toddler. So I have a 12-year-old and I have a 6-year-old. Same thing. Express your emotions calmly. Why are you shouting? Why are you putting your hand on your head? Why are you screaming? What is it? Who died? Calm down. Even if somebody died, you still have to follow the law now. You can't go to a law court and be shouting at a judge. They'll remove you for contempt of court straight. Don't be shouting. Please, we have to be calm and we have to show them respect. Even in their wrongdoing, our teaching, our discipline has to be respectful. Let them know you have respect and regard for them. Don't knock them down at a time that they are weak and vulnerable. Don't do that. It's like hitting a wounded soldier. They're already wounded. When my son came to me, I saw the wound. I saw the tears. That's not the time for lecture. All you need at that time is love. He still followed the consequence. So he still observed the consequence. So just so you know, he still observed the consequence. Your child learns more from how you respond than what you say. It's the how before the what. Hey, what was her first reaction? What was his first reaction? My daddy was just quiet. The child will not be able to sleep. You were quiet. Your quiet will say more than your words. They'll be waiting for you. Mommy, say something now. Daddy, I greeted you. You didn't answer. It's how you respond that comes before what you say. And the final one is K. Keep the communication open. Be approachable. Stay calm. Stay available. They know they have 15 minutes with you every day. So no matter how busy your life is, they know you will come back to them just before bedtime or come to them first thing in the morning. I have one of my children lost a first thing in the morning kind of touch point. So after he has taken his shower and he has cleared his head, he will now be following me around the house. Sometimes he's even irritated. I'll be like, go and dress up. Look at the time. He say, I wanted to chat with you. The moment he says that, you know, my mind is on, let's go to school, let's go to work. The moment he says that, I see that the window has opened and I calm down and I say, oh, what's going on? Then he will now launch into the story. And as I'm doing that, I'm doing something else because I have to stay approachable and accessible to him. What if you've made a mistake and your child has shut down? What do? Well, you don't build trust in a day. Okay, so don't just come and apologize one day and expect that everything will be okay. No, this is a lot of trauma. Give them time to process your apology too. And use the language of apology. Tell them that you haven't always made it easy, but you are learning. I'm sorry I overreacted yesterday, but I'm learning that that's not the right way. So can we start this again? Let's try again. And if they say, I don't feel like talking about it now, respect that. Remember, you have to be respectful. Respect that and say, okay, when will be a good time for us to chat? How about tomorrow or Saturday? The child will say, okay. That's good. That's great. And hold them accountable. Saturday morning, you come back and say, good morning. How far? Can we talk about that issue? No, I don't want to talk. But you told me Saturday now. Agreement is agreement. And then you start talking about it. Or if they only say 1 or 2 sentences, please take that and go. You don't have to press them to vomit everything. Come back again next week. For teenagers, please don't interrogate them. They are not in court. Don't interrogate them. Ask soft questions. Use your side-by-side moments. The time that you are driving, you are walking, you are doing tasks together, you are doing chores together. Use those moments and be emotionally available because sometimes, especially preteens and teenagers, when their tap is on, yours may not be on. So you have to be able to detect those moments and switch to their channel when they come to you. You will leave everything you are doing and focus on them. And say, tell me more. I see. Is that how you feel? Interesting. Help me understand how you're thinking. And then they will start to speak. One mother told me that her daughter would just come and lie down on her bed while she's studying. She won't say anything. The girl will just lie down there. Are you okay? Yes. What happened? Nothing. You want to say anything? No. She's just sitting and watching her mom doing her assignments and studying because the mom was in school. The girl will do that for like 3 days before she finally opens up. But as a mom, you don't have to prod. Or as a father, you don't have to prod. When they are not ready, allow them to come around. They are testing your safety level. They are testing it. When you now consistently show that you can be trusted and they feel safe, then they will open up. So listen first, then you respond. When a teenager comes to you, you listen first. You can even be silent. Silence is allowed. If they say, what are you thinking? You say, I'm just processing everything you are saying. Listen. Then you can now respond. And finally, our children don't need us to be perfect. They just need that safety with us. They should be able to cook with us. They should be able to talk with us without being berated, without being preached at. And when you're having these safety conversations with them, it's not Bible study time. It's not family altar time. Stick to the facts and information. Don't bring in spirituality. Wrong timing. Good message, wrong timing. Because they will now associate everything you say with spirituality and they will switch off. We can teach our children so many things, but if they're afraid of us, they will remain silent. You will not know when they've been exposed. And I want you to know that you cannot protect them from digital harm. You cannot protect them from digital harm. You can only prepare them and equip them to navigate when they encounter those things. You can't protect them from digital harm. You can only prepare them to navigate when they encounter those things. I'm sure that this has been as helpful for you as it has been for me. And if we have time, we can take questions. Otherwise, you can always reach out to me. But don't leave without investing in the course because you need it. Is it that child safety course? We all need it. It's not just you, me. We all need it. We all need it. There's no exception here. There's no exemption. And you cannot do as much research as Lady Funmi Alagbe has done. The amount of time she has devoted into it. So you have to maximize your productivity as parents. It's not everything you become an expert as. What are you researching when Dr. Akuna has produced a resource? Go and buy it. Go and pay, download it. Cut your time in half and come as an equipped and enlightened parent so that when you're even talking, your child will know that, oh boy, My parents are up to date. I had better follow suit and listen to them because they are really trying to protect me. Thank you so much. Thank you for your time.
Okay, now. Wow. That
Wow.
was amazing. That was fiery. That was fierce. That was practical. Like really, really, really practical. And I would not say much. We would just run into the live Q&A session. Mrs. No, don't go anywhere. Oh, stay here. Please, please help me leave her on the spotlight. And please, media team, help me spotlight the other speakers. Thank you so much, Mrs. Notch. That was powerful. As in, my notes don't
That was
full.
amazing.
I've been
Oh,
writing. I was writing
thank
even.
you.
Wow, that was beautiful. Thank you so much. The chat is buzzing. Like parents have been like, okay, wow. So, okay, I can be calm. I should be calm instead of shouting. She said, don't shout. Nobody will die. Nobody has died. Stay calm. I took that one. I held it here like this because sometimes we can be so reactive and that just
Yeah.
shuts the child down a lot of time. If we always carry it the way it's doing us, we will spoil things. But like she said, there is opportunity to repair. So we're not condemning, but you have that opportunity. And the best time to do it is now. The best time to start is now, please. We're going to be going straight into the live Q&A session. Please, media, help me spotlight Dr. Victor. I don't know if he's still here. If he's here, please help me spotlight him. So many comments in the chat. People have been getting so much value. This has been valuable to me. Like I've written so much and I'm just like, I need to go back and sit with it. We all need to go back and sit with it and not just sit with it, get the course. She has said it. I don't know how we want to say it again. That get the course. You can't get everything here, but there is more. And if you check in the chat, you will see links for all our speakers. It's been dropped in the chat. Follow them. See, follow value. Get wisdom. Get wisdom. Follow people. See the way she has been sharing. There is more from where this came from. So please don't let go. Connect with them with all the links that you can see in the chat. The link to the course is also in the chat. Go ahead, lady, for me.
I think Dr. Victor needs to turn on his video for him to be spotlighted.
Okay, please, Dr. Victor, we're waiting for you. Okay, so while we're waiting for Dr. Victor to turn on his video and we'll add him here, we are already in the live Q&A session. We have some questions already on Slido and I can see some questions here in the chat as well. We've collated a few of them and we will just take that. So let me go back to one of the first questions we had on the chat. So we've been talking about educating the children, having this conversation. Somebody dropped in the chat that how do we educate an autistic child between age 8 and 11 with little verbal communication? Okay, Dr. Victor's video is on. Please, can we add him to the spotlight? We'll spotlight him as well. Okay, thank you so much. Welcome back, Dr. Victor. So good to have you back. Okay, so yes, a parent asked or somebody asked in the chat, how do we educate autistic children between the ages of 8 and 11 years? Because yes, this conversation also touches them and they are part of the vulnerable population, especially because of this. So how can parents, and the person specified little verbal communication? So who would want to go first? I can take. Any of our speakers can go first with this.
Dr. Victor, you can go if you want to go now. Okay.
Okay, please, I've asked you to unmute.
Allow him to unmute.
Yes,
and Mrs. Notch too should be able to unmute.
Okay, I'm asking him to unmute.
Yes, I can talk now.
Okay.
Go ahead, Mas. Go ahead.
Okay. What I just wanted to say is all of these things that we have been talking about today, the things that have been shared, these are principles that works with all the children, right? But when you now looking to put into consideration the fact that a child is autistic, they learn in a different way. They take information in a different way. The principles apply. You're going to teach them about safe and unsafe touch. You're going to just adapt the delivery, the way that you're going to deliver that to a child that is autistic, because their method of learning is a bit different. and they might be more visual than a child that you're going to sit with and talk to and ask the child to do a role play and ask the child to respond. But if this particular child has little verbal capability, then that means you have to adapt the method. I believe I've worked in schools, and I know for children with special needs, they have gadgets and things that they use to learn, that has pictures and things they can point to and all of that. So the principle will be adapted to their own learning style, and you have to work with people that are specialists in that area for them to be able to say, these are the principles I want to teach. How do I adapt it so that with their capability, with the way they learn, they can absorb and get it right. If you're going to use more of pictures, you're going to use role plays, if that works. What have you used before in their learning plan that you already use, the school uses for them, or you use at home? So you're just going to integrate the principles and everything that we're teaching here and in the course. You're going to put that into that methodology and just modify things a little bit for them. That's what I was going to say. I don't know if somebody wanted to add something.
Okay,
I absolutely
Mr. Victor.
agree.
Okay. All right, Mr. Victor, then Mrs. Notch, if there's anything you would like to add. Go ahead, I've asked you to unmute, yes. Okay. Oh, sorry, sir, please unmute again. Okay, great.
Yeah, I just want to add a few things to what Mr. Alagbe said. I absolutely agree in terms of visuals. The other thing I wanted to add is in terms of look at not their biological age, the age at which they understand. So sometimes a child might be 9, but their comprehension may be at 5. So speak to them at that level and then scale it up. The other thing I'd like to add is repetition.
Yes.
So not once, you have to say it again and again and again and again until it moves into their language, so that in case anything happens, God forbid, they can use it. You know that this actually happened. They can use that language. So repetition, use images. Those are the 2 additional things I'd like to just add to what she has clearly explained.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, sir, for that. Mrs. Notch, would you like to add anything, or we can just progress?
I absolutely agree. I just wanted to add about exposure. So a lot of times when children are autistic, parents usually hand them a technology device to babysit them when they are dysregulated. Please make sure that that device has controls in place, because many autistic kids are extremely adept at navigating technology. Do not think that because that child is autistic, they cannot do certain things on that device. Yes, they can. So make sure that the safeguards are in place. Make sure that things are passworded. Make sure that there's limits and you are able to go back and view what they do. At least one parent in the house should be reviewing your digital footprint in the family. Preferably the person that has higher tech skills. In my family, it's my husband because he's a computer scientist. I don't even understand all those things. But when he reviews it and he shows me, I can tell. So go back and review what your child does on that device, especially when they're autistic. It gives you an idea of their capabilities and where they have been and how you need to put safeguards in place for them.
Wow, amazing. Thank you so much for that. And I want to believe that answered your question. If the parent is still in the room, quickly moving on, there's a question I really want us to answer. So a parent, in fact, 2 parents are asking this question, and it says, how do you address a partner that sexually abused your child or a child in your care? Another parent said, if your partner is sexually abusing your child, how do you handle this? So I want to go with Mrs. Notch. Mrs. Notch, please go first. Then we would move from there to our other speakers.
That is truly disheartening, and I empathize with you because you are in a difficult position. You are torn between your love and affection for your partner and for your child, the one who is your child or your care, or the one that you are a caregiver for. In Canada, we call that intimate partner violence, and it is a crime. So love or not, a crime is a crime, and it needs to be addressed that way. This is how a lot of abuse becomes institutionalized in families. And I want you to know that a partner that is abusing a child in your care is, you need to reevaluate your relationship with them, because that lack of boundaries will definitely find its way into your relationship with them. And you are also liable if you are aware. We watch all these movies of men that say they are interested in the daughter, and the mother will give her daughter over to the man. And you know things are never really well after that. There's nothing right about that. Please remove that child immediately from having access to your partner. I didn't say remove your partner. I said remove the child, because that is a person that is vulnerable. Remove the child immediately. Ensure that that child is safe, and deal with your issues adult to adult. But that child needs to be saved and protected, not just by the law, first by you. If you have to report the crime, do so. If you feel you are not able to report the crime, separate immediately, irreversibly. Deny that partner access to that child. Even if it is it doesn't have to be a partner. It can be a relative. Deny access to that child immediately. Do not blame the child. Do not say the child caused it. It's what you're wearing. It's what you did. It's what you said. You must have seduced them. All those things are excuses you are making, and you are also abusing that child psychologically by endorsing or shaming or blaming them. So that child needs to be separated immediately. Take them away. You have to give up your own access to that child too, if you want to remain with that partner. And should you decide to separate from that partner, that's totally up to you. But that child can no longer have access to the partner. Don't say I've put safeguards in place, I will ensure they are not alone. No, they always fail. Always fail, and you're endangering the life of that child. Think about it as a radioactive device. You are not going to leave a radioactive device in your home and say, I've put it in one corner. No, it will emit. It will emit, and it will poison you and kill you slowly. So that person is radioactive, and you need to separate them from the child immediately and permanently. Even when they apologize, even when they make amends, even if they are the ones that came to confess to you to say, I did this, it doesn't matter. They are now radioactive, and you have to separate the child from them permanently.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Mrs. Notch. I'm sure Mrs. Lady Funmi would want to say something to this.
Absolutely. Mrs. Notch has done a very good job answering that question. I just wanted to add that sometimes we take decisions not considering the child first. I mentioned something that Barrister Akelami taught us. It was acting in the best interest of the child. Every decision, everything we are doing, we need to put the child at the center first. And that's why, depending on where you are, that's why in places like this, in diaspora, maybe the UK, Canada, anywhere, the government don't joke with kids at all. They put the safety of that child. Every child has a right to safety. They have the right to be respected. All of these things. And they would not really think twice if this kind of thing is happening. They will take that child away. So, and the first thing is, if you now know it and you are not disclosing that, well, you are not reporting, you are an accomplice, and then you will put yourself in trouble. So in that situation, you have the duty to report. It's as long as you know. I worked in school, even teachers, immediately they hear something, they're trained to look out for. You hear something, you have the duty to, they will first report. You cannot be proven innocent or whatever, but that report has to be made. Investigation needs to happen.
Yes.
It's the same thing. Please, let's act in the best interest of the child. Most times we put our reputation first. And in doing that, we protect the abusers. They are not reported. They are not apprehended. They go scot-free. And they go somewhere else. They abuse another child. And that cycle continues. All in the name of, I want to protect our family image. Yes. I don't want people outside to know all of those things. And the child is now left to carry the burden and the pain alone. Do you see? So we should act in the best interest of the child in this kind of situation. Follow everything that Mrs. Nurse has told us to do. That is what you should do. Please, and separate. There's no apology and everything, and you're still going to. Please, that child has the right to be safe. And that should be the priority, while adults are dealing with their own issues.
Exactly. Thank you so much, ma. That's just so on point. And Mrs. Notch said it even in a session that you cannot put your status first before the child, because a lot of times we have parents saying, oh, our family name, or what would people say? What would people say? It is the child we are concerned about. It is the child first, because that child is vulnerable in that situation. And there's no amount of, you heard Dr. Victor talk about how these predators groom children. They take their time, they are ready, they are patient, they are looking out, they are putting everything in place. So there's no amount of guard you want to put, especially in a situation like that. Please take the child out. That is really, really, really important. So moving on, thank you so much for that. I hope this has helped somebody and a few other people within the room. I have somebody asking here that sorry, let me take that question. I saw a question and I want us to take it. Okay, yes. At what age should parents limit affection, especially same gender? Fathers kissing boys' cheek, moms hugging and kissing, or what boundaries should be taught? How should we teach this boundary? Yes, we said connection. Yes, we said, so is there a level? I know there was even this conversation about, oh, at what age should the father stop beating the child, especially a female child, and all of that. So this mother is asking, what is the right boundaries to be put in such a situation? Where do we draw the line? Where does affection becomes too much affection when it comes to a parent and a child, especially same gender, even the opposite gender, if we can address that? Okay.
Okay.
Let's hear from a daddy's perspective. Let's hear from Dr. Victor.
Is it okay? Can I make a statement for the last question and then quickly respond to this one? Is it okay?
Yes, please go ahead,
all right,
sir.
Just to quickly add one more thing to that is our community. I'm talking about community in terms of BAME community. We are very collectivist. Collectively in the sense that we think in terms of group. So sometimes when a woman finds out that her partner is abusing, it might be very difficult to separate herself. So what I always recommend is, after you've reported, done everything that Mrs. Notch talked about and Mrs. also talked about, ensure that you talk to somebody in the community, because you need some people may need financial support. The reason why pulling themselves out from that may upset the mortgage and all those kind of things. Talk to people in your community that can come and shield you. Find charity that supports women in your particular situation, because you need some financial landing.
Sure.
So that while you are sorting out the legal part, I like what somebody said, you can be legal culpable if you don't talk. You also need to talk about the practicality of what will happen to your life after the man. If the man is the main income earner, it's going to distort your life, particularly if you're not a resident in that country. So also look at some of those people so that you can, when you are pursuing, you will not be looking back and saying, how will I? That's why some people don't pursue follow the process to the full letter of the law. Yeah. So that's what I wanted to say. Now, to the point of what you're saying, for you to be asking that question, it means that something is telling you in your gut that something is wrong. In terms of boundaries, generally speaking, I think that it happens naturally. It will get to a point where even you as a mom, you begin to kiss your child, your boy will be like, no. Once they get in front of the school, they're already telling you that, please stop all this, They don't mind you hugging them in private. They will tell you. But if after you notice that the child is pulling back, but if the other parent is still, pursuing, still kissing, I think at that point you should have a conversation with your partner to be like, I know it's your love, but I think at this phase of their age, we should respect when they are pushing back, so that you teach them how they can push back to other people outside. I'm giving you like a language that you can use so that your partner doesn't feel offended or misinterpret whether you are calling them a predator. Sometimes it's good for you to, the reason why we are doing this, so that they can also be able to say no to somebody outside. If they say no to us and we get offended and we push through, what we are doing, we are eroding their boundaries, their personal boundary. So you can use that kind of language. Your partner will not feel upset. I don't know if another person has something else to add to that. That's my own.
Okay, I'm unmuting you, Mrs. Notch. I see you want to say something.
Thank you for that. I saw a video on social media this week. A boy had a rash in his private parts, and his mom was saying, "Let me see." He's a teenager, and he said, "No, you can't see." And the mom was like, "I gave that to you. What do you mean? Do you know how many times I've cleaned your private part?" And then they argued and came to the living room, and the dad was sitting there, and the mom reported to the dad, expecting dad to be on her side. And the father said, "How can you say you want to be looking at his private part? He's a man." She said, "Which man? This boy is a boy. He's my son." What do you mean? And the whole conversation, it was so funny. And the boy was like, and she kept grabbing his pants to say, "Let me see now." So like, he was hitting his mom's hand, and the mom was getting angry. It was so hilarious. And so to talk about what you're saying about boundaries, boundaries starts from the beginning, from when the child is born. It's not when they attain puberty. It starts from the beginning. We have a lot of normalized nonsense. Mothers moving around the house braless, no robe, no bra, no bump shorts, everything. Mommy, you are mommy, but you are a woman. I have 2 boys. I'm the only girl in the house. There are certain things I want to wear that I remember that I will go back. I've actually gone. I still did it this week. I caught a sight of myself in the mirror and I said, I went back. I went back to wear a camisole under my clothes or to change into something longer or more appropriate. It starts from the beginning. It has to be clear. Girls are wearing bum shorts inside the house and they have brothers. What are you talking about? There's no boundaries here. We have to put that in place from the beginning. Privacy. When you are taking your bath, you shut the door. Nobody else is allowed to come in. Even if you are true, they know from then, privacy, privacy. They are poo-pooing, they are wee-weeing. What are you going in there for? You say you want to brush. No, wait for your turn. Wait for your turn. Let the washroom be free. When you don't come out of the bathroom naked, these are practical boundaries you can put in place. Nobody's allowed to come out naked. You wrap your towel around you or you wear a robe. I know a family that she insists that they must clean themselves in the washroom and put on their pants before wrapping their towel around themselves and coming out. Because towel can mistakenly fall and we don't want to see what we're not supposed to see. So wear your pants. I was like, since your own is on another level. But let these boundaries be in place. A father should not be bathing his daughter, especially when she becomes a toddler. Toddler even, daddy shouldn't be bathing her because she has to have body awareness from that time and know that nobody is allowed to touch her.
Yes.
And even you, same sex, when you're bathing them, please treat it as if they are your patient in the hospital or they are your client. Don't linger in the private. Privacy starts even from there. Wash it quickly and move, or tell them to wash it by themselves and you turn away.
Yes.
Give them that privacy because that is how we build it. And as they become teenagers, even among siblings are having sexual relations with each other. There's incest, there's patricide, there's matricide. What are you talking about? I have a child that likes to touch and hold. I'm training him even from now to say, don't touch me that way. It's inappropriate. But I just want to hug you. Hug me, but don't hug me like that. You are not as tall as me. So when you hug me, why are you putting your head on my breast? Be mindful that I have breast. So keep your hug to the side or keep your hug to my belly area. I'm constantly teaching him that daily, even though I'm his mother, so that he will not hug somebody else tomorrow. And whether or not they are of the opposite sex, the truth is that your body is comforting. The opposite sex is trained, is biologically wired to react to it that way. Breast is for comfort, it's loving, it's nice. Any boy will like that, whether he's yours or not. And vice versa for the girls. Let's not test biology. Let's not test what God has created. There's no need for that. It does not respect relation. It doesn't respect blood. It doesn't. There's no need for that. There should be these boundaries in place. Don't kiss on the mouth. Why are you kissing on the mouth? My children know that it is only us as the parents that can kiss on the mouth. They can't kiss us on the mouth. We don't kiss them on the mouth. What is the essence of that? Demonstrate how this has shown increase in love from mouth kissing to side kissing for me. There's no evidence to support that. It doesn't mean that you love them more because you kiss them on the lip. You're blurring the lines of those boundaries and you make it difficult for them to recognize it when it happens outside. So whatever boundaries you want to see, start practicing it in the house with yourself as parents, amongst your children as siblings, and they translate that into the boundaries they will have for body safety after. I hope that this is really clear. And even for their friends in school as well, their body is private. Everything about their body is private. Nobody is allowed, not even you. If the father has to bathe the daughter because there's no other way, or he's the only parent, they should teach her how to wash her body well. He should pull the shower curtain and instruct her on how to wash things appropriately. That is the correct training.
Oh, thank you so much, ma. That's justice done. Or do you want to say something, Lady Funmi, before we move? But I feel
That's
like she has done justice.
done a very good job answering that question. I just wanted to add a layer, which is about body consent, like their body belongs to them. So that privacy. And I want to set an example. Even your children are not cannot be forced to hug somebody they don't want to hug. When we have, especially particularly the blacks and all of that, we build, we equate affection and all of that, body contact with respect. Your auntie is come, or uncle has come, or grandma. If your child does not want to hug, it is okay. You ask them, do you want to, or it's okay to wave. Let them know that it's okay to wave, and it's not disrespect. So in trying to raise safe voices, you really need to educate everybody around you. We talk about 5 cycles in the course. The child is in the center, the parent, the next one, the immediate community, the church, the schools, and all of that, the grandparent, people in far distance. Let them understand what you guys stand for, that it's okay for our children not to be able to hug you. So it is not disrespect in case you want them to hug and they're not. So it starts from there with all that we have spoken about. You start to build it from when they are young and give them that, autonomy, body autonomy, the consent that this belongs to me. I don't have to be forced to hug anybody, just to add to that.
Thank you so much, sir. And we get to be the voices as parents, especially when they are young, because sometimes they don't want to. You have to be able to educate the people around to say, this is what we stand for. So it's not that the child is being rude, and we also equip them with how to respond, even to adults. Because especially if you're from the African descent, it's usually seen that, when you talk to an adult, or children are not allowed to actually talk back at an adult. So we must equip our children correctly on how to respond respectfully. Yes, you will say it. You will say it. Not that you will keep quiet about it. Okay, there's a question here, and it's across different ages anyway, but I would say get the course, because in the course you will find how to talk to your children. So a couple of people are asking, at what age do I start talking to my kids about sex? Some said they are 4, another said they are 16, somebody said they are 3. So different across different age group. I will allow one of our speakers speak to this, but I would say please get the course, because you would get the full breakdown. If you've checked out the link, you will see across different ages, you will see how to talk to them, and you would also get support, so that even as you're having the conversation, you can come back to ask questions. Oh, this is how this went. How do I go about it? But yeah, I will allow Lady Funmi respond to that quickly, just in response to that, maybe in 1 minute, Lady Funmi.
Yeah, let me answer the question of at what stage do you start? You start as early as 3 years old, when your children are able to talk. Even if they're not able to talk, you can start as early as that. And people start to say, oh my God, what do I start to tell a child at 3 years old about sex? Many times we interpret all of this thing with our adult brain. When you're thinking about that, you're thinking about all the, reproductive system, the biology, and all of the big curriculum. You don't need to do that. It's in layers. There's a level you will start with a child at that age. That's where you are helping them to be aware of their bodies. You're naming the body. I mentioned the sex offender that really assaulted over 75 children, and they were interviewing him. And the only thing that made him to leave a child alone, if that child is able to, name their private parts, you're given the right name. Yes, that tells the guy that this is a very well-informed child. The parent knows what they're doing. I better run away from here. So a child that is shy, that doesn't really have the right words, cannot protect themselves. They don't have the language, and you're exposing them to a predator, because they will be prime targets. So you start by naming their private part, and it's simple. We teach you the strategy of how to go about it in the course. What you say at that age, when you move to the next age group, what you start to layer on the foundation that you have built. So it's something that you have to break down into the age groups. So as the question is around different age groups, Mrs. Bumi has already told us. It's really there. It's not something we can teach, right here. But the principle is that you start as early as the child is 8 years old, name the private parts, weave it into everyday activity and things that you're doing, and teach them what is safe, what is unsafe, what is unwanted touches, things like that.
Thank you so much, ma'am. So I have a question for you, Mr. Dr. Akuna, and then one question specific to you, Mrs. Notch. I'll take Dr. Akuna's own, and the person actually said, this is for you. Dr. Victor, somebody saying, my children play games on Roblox. After checking with them some time ago, they said the app is harmless and they are just playing their games. Are there any safe apps for games for children? And should I disconnect Roblox on their devices?
For safe apps, I'll recommend that you research that. I may not be able to recommend any particular brand here. But in terms of Roblox on its own is harmless. But what I said was that predators use Roblox as a platform. And there's a lot of interviews out there that shows that the chief executive and the managers of Roblox, they're paying lip service to clamping down on predators on the platform. There've been many people that's a particular man's show I watch. I think his name is Sean Ryan. He invited a particular gentleman, two of them, on Roblox. One of them said he was groomed on Roblox. And he goes about hunting predators on Roblox. Guess what? They kicked him out of Roblox.
Wow.
The owners of Roblox kicked him out. So they don't want predators to be out. Why? They are profiting from them being on that platform. Because getting there, because I think for you to move up, you have to buy something. So these guys they're in business. So you kicking out predators, you are spoiling business for them. That's how they're seeing it. It's like a porn star. You are trying to fire, or you are going to a brothel. You say you want to preach to all the ladies. The owner of the brothel will come after you. Why? He doesn't want the ladies to be free. So what I would say is that don't just rely on what they are saying in terms of it's harmless. That's what they will say. I mean, they are young children. What I would say is that you get into that platform and try to understand it yourself. And if you're not very comfortable with it, find other tools. I mean, it's not like food. They're not like air that if they don't use it, they will die. This mindset of saying that, I don't want to be the bad parent. Yeah, all of us, many of us here, we had parents that would look like they were mean, but later on when we came out, they'll be like, thank you. Because my parents took me to that training, I can stand on my own. I can live my own life. I can confront obstacles. But if you overindulge a child because they don't want them to cry, later on you're going to have a child that the world cannot relate with because they don't know how to manage their emotions. All right, so that's just what I'll just say around that. Yeah,
thank you so much, sir. So please, you can't take the word for the children for what it is. Please do your own research. You too, check reviews online, check what people are saying online, get on it and also see how it works. Mrs. Notch said it, that you cannot afford to be ignorant about it. At least check, see what's going on there. Don't just take their word for it. The question for you, Mrs. Notch, is what if your partner lacks empathy and it has affected how you parent? What do you do? So you talked about empathy during your session with respect to building connection with the children. I think it is on that basis that this person is asking that what if your partner lacks empathy? You are trying to, go the empathy route and your partner is just not in that space.
Okay. I will talk about empathy in a bit, but I wanted to just add on to what Dr. Akuna shared about games and all that. We have a strict 0 gaming policy in my family. So there's no video game. We will never buy it. It's not happening. The reason is because he mentioned something. He said they can do without. It's not food, though. It's not part of basic needs. They don't need to have it. I didn't grow up with video games. And there's an advantage to that. We have discovered that we don't have all the time in the world to instill the skills that our children need to be successful in life. So we cannot afford to lose time to gaming where we should be building life skills. Remember that we are working, we are busy. The time that we should spend teaching them character, executive functioning skills, critical thinking, learning, leadership, chores, responsibility, looking after things in the house. There's too many chores to be done. You actually should not have time for games. If you are doing things right, there should be no time for games. There should be time for entertainment and relaxation, but there's no time for games. So your children should have a schedule. And if you are doing things right, that schedule should not permit gaming. Okay, just to mention that. Now for empathy, as Africans, we were not taught empathy. We were not taught some of these things. So if your partner is not being empathetic, I need you to first of all demonstrate empathy towards them, understanding that they cannot give what they don't have. Maybe they were not raised that way. Maybe they were not raised with empathy. Maybe in fact, they probably don't have that skill of empathy themselves yet. So they can't give what they don't have. And you start with yourself. You don't need your partner to be on the same page with you. You just need to start. And when they see that what you're doing is successful, they will start to emulate what you're doing. For example, you stop shouting, you stop yelling, and the children are cooperating with you. Eventually, your other partner will say, please tell me how you're doing it, because I'm just shouting and they're not doing anything. And you don't shout and they listen. Okay, so you start by modeling that empathy consistently, and then you can now explain to your partner that actually, this is why I do this. Somebody has to hold the line.
Yes.
One person has to hold the line, hold it down. If the other person is not holding the line at that time, you hold it down, and they always come around. Be patient. It takes time. They are learning too. Maybe they were raised in a different environment. They were raised in different circumstances. So they are unlearning even as adults. Allow that process to happen. You hold the line, you demonstrate that empathy, you change your approach and your tools with all the learning and everything you're getting from here, you will definitely parent differently. Definitely, that is sure. With time, they'll come around. And don't go lecturing them. Don't say, I attended child safety and child awareness conference. In fact, they say we should not do that. That's the wrong approach. They will shut down. They will shut down. Then they will even hate. They don't want to hear anything about rights to parents in your house. They don't want to hear anything. If they see you on that course, they will tell you that they are annoyed. You don't want to go down that road. Just start applying the things you're doing, or say, I decided to try something differently. Let me see if it works. And then they see that it's actually working. And that's how you get meaningful results.
Wow. Thank you so
I
much.
also see that there are a lot of questions in the chat about bathing, sleeping together in the same space. So I don't know if there's time to address that, because this seems to be a recurring
I was
question.
thinking if we could actually address that. That's like the last question, and then we can take. I'm so sorry, everyone. I wish we had more time. I will take that. Then I'll take Yinka. Your hand has been up for a bit. I hope that's not a mistake, but I'll take this question. What advice can you give? Maybe you can just use that, or we can just use that to address all the bitten question. I see you've addressed the one in the chat already, Mrs. Notch, but somebody is asking that what advice can you give a couple that has two kids, a boy 6 years old and a girl 3 years old, and they're living in a 2-room apartment where the boy and the girl are sleeping in the same room? So I just give you, I know time would not permit us, but if you can just address that in like 1 minute, and then I'll take Yinka.
Okay. Very honest question. Because of financial affordability, you might not be able to have the opportunity where your children have separate rooms. One of the things you should try and do, if possible, is to separate their beds. So even if they're sleeping in the same room, if possible, separate their bed so they can have a bunk bed instead of one bed where they're sleeping and their bodies are touching. Okay? Or they can have 2 smaller beds in the room by the wall so that they are sleeping separately. If this is still unavoidable and they have to sleep on the same bed, their body awareness has to be very high. Let them know that they're not husband and wife. Their bodies shouldn't be touching each other when they're sleeping. Also make sure that they are properly dressed. I think the children are 6 years old and 3 years old. So it's still doable. But by the time they get to the point where they're getting to puberty, you really have to separate their rooms. So make sure that when they're sleeping, they're well dressed. So they may have to wear pajamas instead of nightgown, where it can easily roll up and things will be showing and all of that. Give them that opportunity to dress appropriately. And even if you're all living in a one-room apartment, come on, some people grow up like that. It still happens. Boundaries still have to be in place. Dress up in the washroom before you come out. Don't undress and dress up in front of others. Or maybe there'll be a portion that has a curtain, and then everybody has to go behind that when they want to dress up, including the parents. Follow your rule too. Nobody is above that. And on the issue of bathing and all of that, children should not be bathing together. I hear parents say things like, "Oh, they're my children. I'm training them together, so they cannot be bathing together, even if they are two boys or two girls." Privacy. Each person should bath their own bath. And if you're still bathing your children, by the time they are 4, 5, allow them to start to bathe themselves. They will not do a good job, but you will supervise them. As they practice that, by the time they get to 8 years old, they should be bathing themselves independently without supervision. So teach them how to wash themselves. Teach them the importance of washing themselves, because they may not know why. Don't just tell them wash here. If you don't tell them why, that they will smell, that germs, they will harbor germs, then they will skip the process and just pour. Haven't you done it before? There's a time that when I was young, I'll enter the bathroom, I'll just put water on myself and I'll come out. And my mom will say, "You did not wash anything." That was too fast. Tell them the importance of what they are doing. Don't just tell them what to do. So when they understand that they are cleaning themselves, when they understand hygiene, they will not cut corners, and they can do that easily. You shouldn't be bathing an 8-year-old or a 10-year-old or a 12-year-old. Absolute no. A child at puberty, that is completely wrong. That is a lack of skills. They are behind. You are not allowing them to develop their own independence. And you need to get on it quickly. When you are behind on something, you need a crash course, you solve the problem quickly, and you let them know. So tell them within the next 1 week, you're going to learn how to bath yourself. I'll show you how today, you try it tomorrow. I'll show you again the next day, you try it on yourself. After Thursday, I'm not touching you again. You bath, I watch you. If I'm satisfied, I leave you. From now on, you're on your own. 1 week, please, quickly, attention this and get it done.
Yes, thank you so much, Mrs. Notch. And yes, I would yield the mic to Lady Funmi, but please, everyone, see, this is one way you can say thank you to Lady Funmi. We have the post-conference survey in the chat. See, if you leave without filling it, that would be so unfair. I beg you, take the post-conference survey. We're wrapping up things now. It will not take so much of your time. Just a few questions that you just have to tick, and then you will be done with it. The link is already on the chat. Please, team, drop the link again so that for those who have missed it, they can come back to it again and again. That is one way you can tell us. Thank you. Tell Lady Funmi, thank you. Lady Funmi, please, over to you before I bring up Yinka to just talk about a few things.
Thank you, everybody. Like Bumia said, thank you for filling the form. That's how you say thank you to every one of us for giving you this all for free for today. And then going on to the course, we advise you to get it. And people were asking, I saw someone ask there that would they still have access? You have a 1-year access to the course if you buy it today. And mind you, the course original price is 97, but for people in the conference, it's what we're giving 67. So you want to take advantage of that. If you wait the next 2 days, it goes back to the original price, and then you have access for 1 year, and you can choose to return year after. So that's I just want to make that clear. So 60, and then we have payment plans. Some people say I don't have that much money. You can pay 2 installments. You can pay 3 installments. Just go to the link and we'll see that. So you can pay small, yeah. But we just don't want to go without you equipping yourself with all the tools that you will need to have this conversation. And the way the course is structured, we have 8 modules. The first is module 0 to 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. The foundational one is going to be dripped for you weekly. And then after that, you have access to the age groups, like 3 to 5, 6 to 10, teenagers. You can go anywhere depending on the age group of your children. So that's how it's structured. Just want to say that.
Wow, thank you so much. Lady Funmi, you're so gracious. Please, can we appreciate her? She's a gift that keeps giving. She even made it in such a way that if you cannot pay once, you can still have a payment plan. Thank you so much, Lady Funmi, for doing this. And yes, please, Yinka, if you can, I'm asking you to unmute because your hand has been so up. I know that if I leave this conference and I do not give you the opportunity to speak as you would have loved to speak, it will be so unfair. So go ahead.
Thank you so much. Thanks for having me. Mine is not actually a question, but so just to give a little background, I got pulled into this, sent me the link and I joined, and I have to commend the people that put this together. I mean, this is what we as parents,
We're losing you, Mr. Yinka. Hello, Mr. Yinka. Can you hear us? We can't hear you from here. Okay, so while he's fixing that, we really just want to say thank you to all our speakers. My goodness, this has been so loaded. Please, can you put it in the chat if you know you've been so blessed? So I have been like moderating this event. I came as a student. I have learned so much as a student, and I just want to appreciate you, Mrs. Notch. Amazing. As in, I can't even explain what you have, the seeds you have sown today. Really, the fruits. It will go so far. Thank you so much, Dr. Victor. Thank you so much. We've shared your link. So if you see people showing up, asking questions, reaching out to you, please don't be surprised they came from this conference. Lady Funmi, what can we say to you? Barrister Taiwo is no more here, but really we want to say thank you to Barrister Taiwo. His session was on fire. So much to learn. And Lady Funmi, for putting this together, for carrying the vision, for not, it looked as if, we're doing the conference, but this is not a conference. This is a life lesson. You've given us the opportunity to get practical tools, framework, answers to questions that people have been having in their heart. And I just want to say thank you for doing this. And Barrister Taiwo said it. He said, you will see the fruit. This is not going to end here. And one of the things we've said is, people will get this course beyond what you even think. This course, it will bless life. It will transform life. So we just want to say thank you. And for everyone, okay, Mr. Yinka, I see your comment. I appreciate those who put this, together. Let me just read his comment.
He's back.
There we go.
He's still raising his hands back.
Okay. He has put a comment in the chat.
Okay.
Said this is a great meeting and I appreciate those that put it together. So thank you so much, Mr. Yinka, for that. We really appreciate your comment. And for everyone who has stayed up until this time, wow. I say wow to you because it's not about starting. It's actually about staying true. For people who started with us, and you are still here up until this time, I celebrate you. I celebrate your tenacity. I celebrate your willingness to learn. And I just want to say something. See, it will be so unfair if after all that we have heard, we don't go for it. See, sometimes it's not everything. It's just one thing. What is that one thing? Put it in the chat for me. We're going already, but put something in the chat, because sometimes when we don't make the commitment, we just say, we. It was great. It was beautiful. What is one thing you are taking away and you would do? We're 158 on this call. Nobody should run away yet. Stay here and put one commitment in the chat. What is one thing you are taking away? There's been so much shared. All the speakers have shared amazing, beautiful, life-changing, transformational lessons that would help you. Lady Funmi, are you raising up your hand to say something?
Well, I just want to say that you can still say, if you allow him, you can just allow him.
Okay. All right, Mr. Yinka, I'm going to ask you to unmute, but please put it in the chat. I'm looking in the chat while Mr. Yinka is speaking. I want to see what you're taking away. Mr. Yinka, you can unmute. I'm asking you to unmute.
I'm so sorry. I mean, I know you guys are working, with time, but I will be very brief. Why I just decided to speak is just to encourage parents that this is what we need to be doing. And I personally will be signing up, whatever I will be reaching out to make sure I get a copy. There is something that I wanted to note. I started an academy close to 2 years now. It's an after-school program where we prep students for, different grades, math, English, and stuff like that. But we started noticing some things. I encountered students and parents going through situations like what she shared. As a matter of fact, there was a very close family to me that the child got kind of initiated through some online stuff like that. I don't know how they did it. And this is a very brilliant boy, doing very well in class, but he joined some gangs and, it was, but thank God, I think things are working better. They are trying to work on it. So I want to just encourage parents listening to this that this is what God has put in our hand. The Bible, I'm a Christian. The Bible says these kids are like arrows in our hand. So we should do all we can to guide them, protect them, and learn as much as we can to be able to like deliver. We've not done it before, but with courses like this, it's going to help us to be able to like, deliver and do better. So thank you so much. I will reach out. As a matter of fact, I'm probably going to bring you to this, to my academy to speak to parents. And that's what is I'm planning right now. That I would love parents to sit down and hear you, and where they can take advantage of this also, leverage on it. Thank you so much.
Wow, thank you so much. Thank you so much for that. And really, yeah, if you would love Lady Funmi, or you want to reach out to any of our speakers to speak on your platform, please, you have their links. You can reach out. You can just send a message to them, and they will get back to you on what you need to do for them to show up on your platform. Thank you. I've seen a lot of comments in the chat. Thank you, Mr. Yinka. A couple of questions. Please, if we missed your question, I apologize. It's just because of time. You have the links. You can actually send your question. You can send it if it's, because we don't want to look down on anybody's question, but because of time, really, if we have to take all the questions, people will be here till 9 p.m. today. That's the reality of it. I know we have questions, but please, one of the ways you can do this is also get on the course so that all your questions will be answered, and you will get support even to be able to implement them. We have a lot of thank yous in the chat already for Lady Funmi. The links are there. Please, you can ask your questions. Lady Fumi's link is there. Please send your question to her, and you will definitely get a response. I don't know if we can get an email from the team, just in case people are registering and they need to reach out as well. You can use the IJ link as well to reach out if you have any issues with the link or making payment for the course, or you just want to get more information. Please feel free. And in this way, okay, yes, we have the link in the chat, the email, admin@risetoparent.com. Please copy that somewhere so that if you need to reach out, if you need to send an email, you can easily do that. And with that, we have come to the end of this amazing conference. Like, the conference should not end. I'm serious, as it just feels like we can go on and on. But like every other thing, what has a beginning must have an end. But the good part is that we've been equipped. How many people feel equipped? I feel equipped. I feel empowered. And, I know that there are some things I will be doing differently. I hope you've had the shift in mindset as well, and you will be taking forward what you have learned from this session, so that it won't just be like, oh, I attended one conference, and this won't be one of those conferences. It's going to be the conference that made you make certain decisions and make certain shifts that will transform your life and that of your family. Thank you so much, everyone. Lady Funmi, I don't know if you want to say one final thing. 1 minute, one final thing from you, Lady Funmi, before we go. One final thing from Mrs. Notch and Dr. Victor, and then we call it a night.
Okay, thank you so very much, everybody. It's been a night well spent, hours well spent. Thank you so much for joining us today. If I want to wrap this up, what I want to say is that, you see all of these rules that we have given you, all this insight that you have gotten from here, everything that is in that course, is not going to make any sense or have any meaning if your children are afraid of you. Mrs. Notch said it, and I said yes. If your children cannot come to you, the very first course, the lesson in that module is talking about approachability. You have to be someone that is approachable. A child that have all the rules, filters, and everything, but is afraid to talk to you, is not still safe. So that connection, building those bridges, connecting with them, being a parent that is approachable is one of the things that you want to take away. That your child is going through something, they can come to you, and nothing is off the table. If you have not taken anything away, please take that away. Because if you open that door and a child can always come to you, you can always have a way to intervene. But a child can have all these rules, know all this, teach them all the boundaries, teach them everything. But they know that you cannot handle the message when they come to you. They will not come to you despite everything they know. So please be an approachable parent. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lady Funmi. That's profound. Be an approachable parent. Mrs. Notch, one minute. Okay. Yeah.
For me, that would be stay knowledgeable. The world is too complex now in tools and strategies. Our old methods will no longer work. Religion alone will no longer work. We have to add to what we have. We have to get wisdom. We have to buy the truth. We have to stay knowledgeable. It is no longer possible to parent with by winging it or with your natural sense. No, parenting is learned. It's a skill, just like cooking. You're not born a cook. You learn how to cook. You learn how to parent. You learn the tools to stay ahead in this time. Invest in it. Buy whatever you need to buy. Read whatever you need to read. Learn whatever you need to learn. Take it seriously, because that is how we stay ahead. That is how we're able to do justice to parenting in this era. Technology is not going anywhere. AI is not going anywhere. Resources are not going to, technology is not reversing itself, but we have to keep up and stay ahead.
Thank you so much. Stay knowledgeable. Stay knowledgeable. Parents, caregivers, stay knowledgeable. Dr. Victor, over to you as we call it a night. Okay. So sorry, Dr. Victor. I've asked you to.
Oh, can you hear me now? Fantastic.
Yes, loud and clear.
Yes, nice contribution. My own thought is, don't give a device you don't understand. Don't give access to a device you don't understand. Don't give access to an app you've not studied. Don't give access to a program you've not sat down with them to review. Many times, some of this programming, the human mind is so malleable, particularly younger children. They introduce some things in there, just subtle comments. If you sit down and watch some of the stuff that Netflix have put on for young people, you'll be appalled. Don't assume that because it has PG-13, it's actually PG-13. All right? Sit down and review. Don't give access to devices, to apps, to content that you've not sat down to understand, to review. That's my own end. Thank you so much.
Wow, thank you so much. Don't give access to a content or to a device to an app that you've not sat down to review. Wow, please, what do we say to our speakers? Thank you so much for a beautiful night well spent. This is worth it in every way. And to think that it's free, amazing. Lady Funmi, I see your hands up today again. Please.
Sorry. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I just put in the chat. Someone is sponsoring 2 people to have access into the course. Help us to thank Dr. Alagbe for that.
Wow.
2 people to have access into the course. I don't know how. Please, you have to reach out. I don't know what criteria is that's going to be. Definitely people that cannot afford it. And if you can also sponsor people, reach out to us as well. So those people, I don't know, maybe they will have to reach out to the admin.
Send an email, yes. They can send an email or reach out to the admin. Please, that is if you truly cannot afford it. Please, if you can afford it,
don't take the slot of someone that can afford it.
Please, I beg. If you can sponsor, don't take the slot of somebody that really cannot afford it. Lady B, I responded to you via a message. I sent you the contact number of the admin that you can reach out to them. You're asking about the breakdown of the plan. Please reach out to our admin and they would give you more information about this. And this is where we call it a night. Thank you so much, everyone. It's been amazing. It's been beautiful spending the night with you. We want to say thank you. We want to say go forward and take actions with what you have learned, and keep looking out for that child. Remember, best interest of the child. God bless you. Have a beautiful night. We have the promo coming up. Please listen, watch. And if you still need the link, we will still be here for a bit. If you need the link, if you've not taken the survey, please take the survey. And the link will still be in the chat for you as well. Have a beautiful night. Media team, please, you can play.
Nobody taught me, so how do I teach my child? I know I should talk to my child about this. I just don't know how. In our culture, we don't talk about these things, but I know I have to. I'm terrified of saying the wrong thing, so I've said nothing at all. But here's the truth. You're not alone, and you don't have to figure it out on your own anymore. there's a course built for exactly this moment. Raising sexually safe and digitally protected children, the Complete Parent course. With 8 modules and 36 lessons designed for children ages 3 to 18, this course gives you what most parents never had: clarity and confidence. Parents who've taken it are already seeing the difference.
Funmi's program has been amazing, to say the least. I mean, as a parent in today's world, we can't overemphasize the need to have very open and logical sex education with our children. And I say logical because these kids are very inquisitive, and I find them asking me a lot of questions, and you want to answer it with logic, with reasons why. So it was coming from an African background, obviously, it was challenging for me because it's typically not discussed. I've got 3 boys. The first is going to be 13 this year. I've got an 11-year-old and another 5. So the program, the structure really gave me all I needed to ensure I had a good conversation, a rich conversation with my children. And beyond that, I'm more confident to always talk about sex with them. We've grown to create this beautiful atmosphere every day. When they come back from school, I've got what I call the gist of the day. And from that gist, I find out what's happening in their lives and we can discuss. So thank you. I recommend it to every parent today.
As parents of 3 boys, my wife and I have been building up the anxiety for the day of the talk. Funmi gave us a system in which the talk isn't a big event. The talk can happen along the way in pieces, and she showed us exactly what to look for so that